morning, night, middle of the who knows what. I have no idea when it is anymore. I imagine I'm not the only one. But whenever it is, and whoever you are, welcome to Game 8 of the World Championship match, Liren versus Gukesh. And I'm just going through, getting things set. Let's take Jesse off the eval bar briefly. I'm sure he'll be popping up pretty soon. Like an old weed that you just can't kill. How's everybody doing at this point? Roshandeep's thinking that might finally be time for the English. Might finally be time for Liren's English. Hey Dabo, how are you? For me today, it took me 5 minutes to get up. 5 minutes I was lying there. And there was a part of me that was focused on the pain, not the gain, and just like a teenager not wanting to get up for school or something, just a few minutes of just, no, I don't know if I can move. Hey, Cartier. Ciao, Le Pincot. Yeah, there's 2 more days before we get a rest day. 2 more days. Today and tomorrow. Yesterday's game was so epic that I thought there was only 1 more game before the rest day. It was really quite a game. Yeah, give me your question. I'm gonna bring today's game up on this board too. It's gonna be starting in seconds. These guys are in pretty good shape. They're never hesitating to get started at exactly 1 a.m. for me. I guess 5 p.m. for them. Am I aware of my awareness? Frequently. When will there be a World Championship match in North America? Well, I don't know. That's pretty hard to predict. I mean, right now it feels like the next match might be between Arjun and Gukesh. In which case, I don't know, we could have a few matches in a row where it might make sense for it to be in Asia, no? For me, Roshandeep, it's starting at 1 a.m. every day. There's the English as predicted by Roshandeep. Yes! Roshandeep scoring the huge prediction here. And Gukesh was certainly expecting an English in this match. And we get e5 from him, the reversed Sicilian approach. Man, early in my career, I thought c4, e5, like, life could not get any better for white. You get a tempo up on the Sicilian, which is already basically the best thing that can ever happen to you. It took me a long time to understand that e5 was playable for black. I'll tell you that. A long time. I thought, black is on death's door after c4, e5. And I thought that here, white could play a3, knight c3, or g3. And black was just miserable. Nothing to do. So, okay, we get kind of a reverse Russell Limo here. Bishop b4. Of course, white could play g3 and say, yeah, give me your bishop pair, right? But knight d5, good too. And astoundingly, black says, here, you can still take my bishop pair. I'm going to this sad square on e7. I've seen this move before, but I'm going to run out of opening theory in moments here. We're right at the edge of my runway. We've got a fan of the mock here in chat. Cute Kitty wanted to see a Mora Gambit. So how would we play a Mora Gambit as black? Ooh, it would be tough, right? Because normally you'd have to play d5 here. And at this point, white might just take with the knight, right? I don't see how you could do it. I don't see how that could work out. All right, quick bishop e7 from Gukesh. And it strikes me that Ding is thinking briefly here. Interesting. The knight moving 3 times and taking on e7. Yeah, I guess it'd be giving black some time, right? Okay, hot guy explaining to me how to do it. Thanks for taking pity on somebody who's just not that quick or that bright. So the way to sort of play a tempo down Mora is c4, d5, and then c6. Basically threatening an exchange Slav, right? If white plays d4 and a Panov, Karo kind of line. If white doesn't take it, and if white takes it and takes it, basically white can't play d4 here. It's attacked twice by black, and knight f3, black gets an e5 in time. And we get control of d4 for black and a Mora Gambit. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for that tip there. Don't think I'll be playing it ever, but still good to know. Still good to know how it's done. Yeah. I will also say, Daniel, like my score after c4, e5 for white for a long time was just tremendous. And one of the ways we learn stuff is very slowly overestimating our own experience and sometimes the anecdotal experience of those close to us. So if there's a database of 5 million games in which c4, e5 scores 53.5% for white and 46.5% for black, but I personally have a score of 10-0 with c4, e5 over 10 games and 5 years of mostly playing 1e4, right? Then I'm thinking that after c4, e5, black's on death's door. My belief is not being shaken at all. So it took me a long time to understand that c4, e5 was a viable opening for black. And yeah, part of it was that I did continue to win every game with it for quite a while. All right, d6 here, defending the pawn. At a glance, e4 also looks possible. If white were in a hurry to grab the bishop pair and took here, then they'd be ramping black's development a little bit. Somebody in chat asked if you would take with the queen or the knight, I think. Both look fine. You could play knight e7 if you wanted to quickly play d5. And I personally would probably go queen e7 with the idea of playing d6, knight c6, and then maybe f5, knight f6. And that would be more of a Nimzo Indian / Bogo Indian approach to the position. That's what I would go for here as black, Matthew, if white deliberately took on e7. But, as somebody was saying, if you move this knight 3 times as white, what's Jesse going to say about it? Jesse's going to say, well, thank you for giving me your time when you move it 3 times to trade it, right? What white's going to do in general in this line is they're going to wait for black to play c6. And then they'll finally take. Otherwise, they're going to say, do you want to move your bishop a 3rd time yourself to get it out of the range of my knight and keep your bishop pair, right? Fine. Then I will only have moved the knight twice. You'll have moved the bishop 3 times. So I will be ahead in time. So I think we'll see black play c6 at some point soon. Yep. And Gukesh blitzing out the opening here with an hour 59. Looks like he spent 20 seconds on this move, but I would say he still seems pretty booked. Yeah, if you play the Queen's Gambit declined and people play c4 against you, then whether you play a Slav c6 d5 or an Orthodox e6 d5, most people will try to just transpose to a Queen's Gambit declined against c4. And that's like a very, very solid approach. And one of the reasons that people don't go out of the way to learn c4, e5 for a while also. Okay, so now he trades. Now the knight's going to take. Could the queen have taken? I think she could have also, yes. But Gukesh wants to strong point his dark squares after giving up that dark squared bishop. And he's going to play for d5. Having been forced to spend a tempo on c6, which weakens the pawn structure from this side, he's less interested in like a queen e7, f5 kind of play. Like I was describing, if white took on e7 willingly and the pawn were still on c7. Now if you come here, let's say white comes here and you do this. Let's go here, here, here. This might also still be playable. What do I know? But I'm thinking in this kind of a position here, white's going to be able to make some progress against your dark squares, right? If you ever play e4, this diagonal is going to be amazing. Otherwise, with bishop here, white will be threatening ideas like c5, d takes c5, knight takes e5. Or they can play bishop a3, looking at moves like d4. So the structure is not going to be super solid on the dark squares without this pawn on c7 here. So to me, it does make sense that Gukesh this way here chose knight e7 instead of queen e7, and then this f6 move. Strong pointing this dark square diagonal that'll be pretty resilient against this bishop, and he's got the option of maybe playing d5 pretty soon, or of playing c5 and knight bc6 and trying to fully cover every dark square on the board. So I think right here, Ding may have to really ask himself, like, do I need to prevent c5 from black? Yeah, do I believe that black's just going to play that? Hopefully it's useful for some of you, this kind of longer discussion of whether we're recapturing by queen or by knight on e7. To some extent, I feel like it may be a matter of taste and it may be possible to do it either way, but I do feel like this c6 move somehow makes Gukesh's approach make a little more sense to me than queen e7 here. Do I think the bishop pair is valuable even in this kind of structures, or the knights are better? I think the bishop pair is valuable in almost every structure. The dark squared bishop does not yet have a chance to shine, Skibix. So, and there's not even a plan here to make it shine. Okay, so the value of the bishop pair here is a lot less than in most positions. It's not like amazing, but one thing that I gradually found over time, Skibix, was having the bishop pair. So the amazing bishop pair is where the unopposed bishop can do all kinds of damage, right? And I think you already know that either from your own experience or from hanging around enough with me. You've heard me talk about the unopposed bishop and, you know, getting it going, right? So there's some bishop pair positions that are really nice because the unopposed bishop has one or more open diagonals and is really just a problem, right? But I gradually learned that there's another kind of bishop pair advantage, which is smaller, but it's just a position where your bishop pair does nothing, but you have the bishop pair and your opponent's not like crushing you with a particular plan. As long as they're not sort of taking over with an amazing plan for their knights, simply having the bishop pair means that way down the road, whatever happens, there's so many scenarios where, oh, and then you emerge and you've got the bishop pair. And yesterday's game where Gukesh had white was a bit of an example of that. You see what I mean? Like, he didn't have a bishop pair that was raking Ding's position, but he had a position where, you know, you play along and then at some point something happens and then, oh, look at that, you're in endgame and one side has the bishop pair. You know, and suddenly they have an advantage. So I think I had a game long ago. Well, I had like a few games long ago that slowly made me understand this. You know, for a long time in the Benoni structure, sorry to give you guys an example without the position on the board. Well, whatever, I can put it on the board here, I guess. I don't remember like the specific game that well, but let's say something like this. Okay, so long ago, my understanding of the Benoni used to be like, oh, it's really great to keep the opponent from playing bishop g4 and trading off a piece. You know, and I thought like, oh, White's got to spend this h3 move if they really want to crush black. And as black, I was like, oh my gosh, if you let me go bishop g4 and like take here, like I'm set. I've traded off a piece. Eventually, I thought a little bit more about this position here. Okay, so here's the unopposed bishop, right, Skibix? And it's not doing anything because White's got these pawns. I mean, nothing like immediately impressive or obvious, right? It's blocked in by these pawns. Where's it going? There's no dominant diagonal, and there's not even a plan really around this bishop in these positions, right? There's not a plan to chip away at the structure because it's your own structure, and you'd like to play e5, but you don't have control over e5, right? Because you don't have the knight on f3. So, you know, black goes knight bd7, and you're not getting control of e5 in this position. Your knight on c3 doesn't control e5. Your bishop doesn't have a square for e5. So, you know, for a long time, I thought this was like more comfortable for black. when you get bishop g4 and bishop takes f3. And maybe it is a little more comfortable than being completely choked to death with a bishop on c8. But the fact is, like, whatever you do as black and whatever you do as white, like, a million moves later, white's got the bishop pair. And I realized eventually that that's also an advantage for white in these positions. Yeah, it was wild playing. One of the games that was like formative for me was I played a game like this with Hikaru, where I was on the white side and didn't, because of the opening was a 2 knights tango, not a straight up Benoni. And because of that move order, I didn't have time to stop bishop g4. So I had to allow it, and I got this. And in fact, let me just say, like, I think in that game, for some reason, I had to put my bishop here. So let's do this kind of thing. So we got some position like this in that game. And I just played b3. And I realized, like, if he takes and I take, then I've got the b file and the good light square pawn structure with the dark square bishop, right? And instead he played something like this to stop e5, and I sent the piece back, and he didn't take it, and we kept playing. And eventually in the game he plays b5, and I take en passant, and the a pawn is weak, right? And so I playing that game, and lots of variations that didn't come up on the board, but just thinking about all the things that white could do and black could do, there were so many scenarios where it's like, oh, you do the thing you want to do, and then, oh, suddenly white's bishop pair, like, comes into the game. So, it wasn't this order, my Gerzerker. It was a 2 knights. I'm just trying to show a strategic outline of the game. But in the opening, yeah, he maybe did have a chance to take on e4, if that's what you're talking about, if you know the game by heart, because it's actually like... something like this. And there was like a moment in the opening where he could have conceivably gone for this thing. You're right about that. And I remember thinking during the game that there was a good chance he would. Okay, so that is a long diversion, but it's the other kind of bishop pair that Skibix is asking. So white may not have a plan to chip away at these dark squares. Honestly, they look really good. But Ding will always have this bishop pair lurking. And so whatever you do as black, you might achieve all kinds of things you want to, and then, oh, look at that, my opponent's got the bishop pair in the endgame, and I'm worse. Okay. Tiger Cubby's telling us that f6 is a novelty. So once again, Gukesh getting us out of book quite quickly. The two players together. I mean, this match has had a really, really, really fast get out of theory pace in general. Ding's last white game in the London system being by far the most theory we've had. The only game that felt like a theoretical battle. Is bishop e6, queen d7, bishop h3 too slow of a plan? Absolutely not, Gokhan. That's a pretty good plan. First of all, bishop e6 and queen d7 are two developing moves with two pieces that are undeveloped. So that's not slow, right? You got to develop. And then the question is basically simply, could you spend one tempo on bishop h3? That's really what you're asking me. Could it be worth a single tempo to execute this move, bishop h3? And I would say, oh yeah, right? You break up white's bishop pair. So for sure, you could consider that to be a reasonable plan. And Matt Chess says the correspondence chess database shows one game with f6 played last year. So, yeah, very Gukesh digging very, very deep. But f6 is super logical. Personally, I'm slightly surprised that they'd be out of theory by move 7 playing all logical moves. I haven't seen anything that to me looked unusual for either player. Joe Perry on a surging streak. 3 wins against the strongest players of Joe's career, all in the last few weeks. And somehow, Joe wants to share the credit with the dojo. Cool. Super cool. That's great for you, Joe. When you've got a lot of your best results in a short period, the odds are that you have improved, right? I think that Game 7's opening will continue to be called a Catalan versus a Grunfeld. Don't think they'll be renaming much, but I do think that move rookie 1, coffee acorn, I do think that was the best novelty of the match so far. Or the best, not necessarily novelty, but like piece of opening prep. The best opening surprise, the best bomb anyone's dropped yet, and the first really traditional opening advantage we've seen in any game of this match was yesterday's game. Which, by the way, folks, opening advantages for white have become far less consistent than they used to be. So, we had to go 7 games into the match before somebody got a normal-looking opening advantage for white. And, yesterday, for those of you who were watching the commentary yesterday, Jesse all game long was hesitating to evaluate it. But I saw Ding and Gukesh's comments on the game, and they both felt really clearly like white was better the whole game. So I feel good about my evaluation from yesterday. And, overall, I think it's a really cool exercise to predict or to put down as many things about what you think about these kind of games as you're watching them, and then compare what happens and what other people think later to it, right? It's normally if you do some kind of a chess work or chess exercise, you don't have 100 other people doing the same thing, or 1,000 other people, or 10,000 other people doing the same thing to then compare your notes with, right? But here, if you think this position here is good for white, you can think about it and see, do I really think it's good for white? And why do I think it's good for white? And then tomorrow, there's going to be 100,000 people discussing it online, or later today, right? And so you can compare your thoughts with them. So yesterday's position out of the opening was a bit hard to evaluate. I agree with Jesse, it was hard to evaluate. I understand his desire to call it unclear until something clarified for him, until he saw, can white improve the knight? Does this bishop pair really matter? Does black have traditional Grunfeld counterplay or not? Are they able to get it going? I can understand, but it's really good to try and pin yourself down to something, So Jesse did put himself on the Sensei eval bar, even though he wasn't sure yet, and he called it about 0/unclear for a while in the opening into early middle game. And then at some point he started seeing the advantage for white really clearly once Ding went for taking on a2, which was probably slightly bad. But basically, if you put down, these are the moves I predict, or this is the evaluation I think there is at this point, you can check that with other people later, and it's a great tool for improving your understanding. It turns everything into a kind of exercise with a lot of feedback, right? Part of the point of f6 is for black to threaten e4. I don't think so, Fionn. Oh, Ding castled already. And then Gukesh quickly plays bishop e6. So for the moment, Gukhan, we could still see queen d7 and maybe bishop h3 at some point, right? This is a logical square for the bishop. Like in the semi-Slav, right? We've got somewhat of a pawn triangle and a good square for the bishop inside of it. And Ding thinking again after bishop e6, he's probably going to need to defend this pawn. You know, I've been thinking that it'd be really cool on that topic of turning it into an exercise to make like a score sheet for myself and Jesse where we predict every single move. I was thinking like potentially one of us could predict Ding's moves and the other could predict Gukesh's moves. And then we'd have like the whole score sheet like when you play solitaire chess. The thing is we'd have to follow their time usage, right? We'd have to guess partly when they're going to move. And once they move and we see their move, we wouldn't be able to guess unless we'd guessed before they moved. So it's a little tricky to do it live. But you can still have like the move that, you know, as we often do verbally, the move that we're kind of anticipating. And yeah, if you make a whole score sheet of it, then you pin yourself down to it, you can go back the next day and check through the whole thing. And what I've been doing even more than that so far is sort of looking at like, did I correctly figure out some of the turning points in terms of the evaluation? Like how accurate is my evaluation graph over the course of the game? That's what I've been you know, thinking about a lot this game, especially because for me, evaluation is kind of a weakness of mine. And on that, we did quite well on the last game, you know. Like, I thought that Gukesh had a big advantage. I felt when Ding played queen d3, queen f5, that it seemed like Gukesh's advantage was getting smaller, and I was wanting to maybe play bishop g5 and not trade on f5, and definitely not trade on g7. And then I thought his advantage had gone from, you know, decisive to real chances of a draw. And throughout the endgame, you know, we also noticed some of the turning points, like apparently when Ding took the d pawn for the h pawn and let the bishop alive, that's when the endgame went from good for white to winning for white. And then when Ding played f4, trading that doubled pawn, that's when it went from lost to drawing, which is also what we told people in chat yesterday who asked us what was the turning point in the endgame, and we immediately told them, like, when black played f4, that's when it became clear that black had equalized. Now, what's still missing, you know, one of the things that differentiates us from Gukesh and Ding is the calculation. Like, Jesse and I are often finding the right turning points and the right key moments, but being able to calculate the variations that allow the players to take the advantage or to neutralize an advantage is generally beyond us. So, you know, we didn't see how Gukesh should prevent Ding from playing that equalizing f4 move. And I saw in somebody's analysis, which was almost certainly computer assisted, that they had a really strong move for Gukesh that keeps the advantage. And it was a move that I hadn't considered and couldn't really calculate how it prevented all of the counterplay that Ding was going for, which was pretty tough to handle at that point. Okay, someone's saying we've got some more moves played. b3 to defend the pawn, and d5 from Gukesh. And it was a real question, right, whether Gukesh was going to play c5 or d5 here. So he goes for d5, and the tricky / committal thing about going for d5 is that potentially white can trade once, play d4, you play e4, then the bishop gets loose, but you block in their light squared bishop, and it's a complex strategic battle where you truly give up the dark squares as black and play a light square strategy against white's bishop on g2 and sometimes king position. So we're going to bring in Jesse and we'll keep discussing it. You're up early, dog.
Yeah, boss. I am up early. Boy.
Yeah, wow. Couldn't wait, huh?
It was funny as I was just laying there and I was like, it's got to already be almost daytime. I don't know why my alarm hasn't gotten up, And I got up and I was like, well, I guess I'm up then. Let's go.
Okay. The opposite of me. I had a slow getting up today.
Mm.
I I I, I dragged a little bit. Ooh, Ding's bishop seizes that open diagonal, so he doesn't yet challenge in the center with d4 or anything. He doesn't make a trade. He leaves the c pawn dangling, saying, "I doubt you've got the time, son, to win my pawn and spend your time eating it just yet." Very, very interesting move from Ding that I expect Gukesh will take his first think of the game here, or at least it's quite possible that he will.
Okay, I just want to say, sure it's fine, but knight takes e7 instead of queen takes e7.
Mm-hmm.
The first move for me that's a little weird or computery, right?
Okay.
Doesn't feel that way to you? Like normally you'd play queen e7, then knight f6 and do your standard things.
We've had a long talk about that, and I think 97 made a lot of sense here.
Well, right. Actually, it's funny. This is a very, very much, I think, to my mind, a sideline. But this thing where he's taking with the knight and then playing f6, definitely computer prep, right? Like,
Yeah,
yeah. And after f6, dude is like, yeah, I got to think about it now.
yeah.
Castles,
Oh
bishop
man,
e6,
he handled
e5.
bishop a3 pretty quick. Only 2 minutes on his first think of the game, which may not qualify as a full think there.
Yeah. This f6 is actually really interesting. There's a lot of other opening positions that both classical and with the computer that this f6 comes up against b3 openings.
Yeah, for sure. I
And
mean, even if you talk from the very first move, right? b3 or b4 on move one, either
mm-hmm,
one. You could play e5, bishop b2, and f6 as a candidate move.
mm-hmm, yeah. But it's funny, White does have this he did okay, a couple things that are nice for White, right? He did get to trade off a piece, so he's not completely slammed. The dark square bishop is not going to get pronged. That's what I'm going to call it. It's not going to get pronged by like d4 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And but still, I don't know. My sense is black is completely fine,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
One bummer for White, I'm sure you've already talked about this, is he does not want to take on d5 because that would liberate the knight on b8.
Mm-hmm.
But it might become hard at some point to not take, or either that or he has to do like a queen c2,
Yeah, I
something like
hadn't had a chance to mention that yet. The last moves came in slightly quickly just as I was bringing you on. But yeah, so Jesse points out if white trades on d5, knight on b8 is going to be happy to see that. Also, in a sense, white's giving up their space on the queen side, right? If you trade the c pawn for the c pawn,
that.
there goes your queen side space, and of course, black's central space remains. Yeah, it's not easy for white to tackle black's center, right? I guess that's part of what's pleasant about this position for black. The move d3 looks pretty likely to
Mhm.
defend the c pawn.
Yeah, like d3 or queen c2.
Mm-hmm.
And it is true, like black has a little bit of coordination questions. I don't want to call them issues, but questions. Like I played rook c1. I want to play queen a5 someday. but I have to obviously defend my knight first.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't see white creating a threat anytime soon. So maybe the first question, David, would be either rook f7 or rook e8. I know that's not developing, but the point is to say, oh, buddy, queen a5 is on the agenda. I'm gonna have to break this pin sometime anyway. And then I want you to freak out about queen a5.
Yeah, queen a5 would be very desirable, which makes me wonder about the same move as you, rook e8. Knight a6 is also a move that I consider for a moment. The idea of knight a6 is we're getting ready to play d4 and c5.
Yeah.
But I think potentially the problem with knight a6 is once you play that move, white opens the c file and tries to strand the knight, right? C takes d5.
If you wanted to play that way, you could play knight d7. But I'm sure knight d7 is playable with the intention of playing c5 next, or excuse me, d4 and then c5
right.
next.
D4 and then answering e3 with c5. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm sure actually that even e3, which I dislike, but I'm sure that's playable. Excuse me, d4 is also playable. When
D4
it's so
already?
early in the morning, it's so early in the morning. Why did I say e3? Because e3 would be the question to d4.
Yeah. I speak like that all the time now. Just a rewired brain. Okay, and live position after, folks, you can see what move they're on now. The moves have advanced far enough that you can see that just down here below us. Live position after 11 rook c1 being captured like that. And yeah, if black ever plays d4, the move to think about is e3 from white. And here that doesn't look very pleasant for black just yet. But Jesse said he wouldn't be surprised if somehow d4 were playable here anyway.
Yeah, you could play knight a6 now, for example.
And then ed4.
Oh, no, yeah. No, d4 is too soon. D4 is too soon. The computer might want to do it, but we don't want to do it.
Right. Yeah, I don't know how we would make it work out because we got this problem Cito on e7 and we're just not ready to fight as long as that's a...
Also, another thing I would want to say about the d4 thing is imagine the bishop were on b2. Then a standard positional plan is to prong him. That's my first time I'm using that word and I like it a lot, to prong him with d4 and just end his life. But now the bishop on a3 is assured of at least leaving this life. It can always leave this life. So really the piece we're playing against is the bishop on g2. And as such, kind of leaving that pawn on d5 is a good thing. Also, when you think about the knight too, the knight's completely hosed on f3. And it's very hard to see how the knight becomes unhosed. I think anytime he tries for d4, he's going to get it with e4. And then what?
Yeah, then you've got to reroute the knight and try and bust out with f3, and black will play f5, and really your bishop on g2 is going to suffer in most of those positions after d4, e4. So Fionn asking, what do we think the idea of bishop a3 is? The bishop was seeking some breathing space, and it's also slightly restraining black's options by having a look at that knight and rook. They're both a little sensitive tactically here, so it's reducing what black can do. And as Jesse said, black's going to have to pay a tempo with rook e8 or rook f7 probably, when it's not yet clear that we want to move that rook. And then black's still going to have to, work around that a3, e7 diagonal a little bit.
David, I put my eval to negative 0.3.
Wow. Powerful statement early on.
I don't know if it's that powerful. A lot of times, you play this way as white, you're going to be a little worse, dude.
I did have one very marking English in a much more theoretical line, but some line where my opponent played an early e4 And then all game long, I couldn't get the bishop out from g2. They just held that
Mhm.
square. And, I was on the defensive with white from move 7 or 8 when they played e4. I was just like on this positional defensive trying to get that piece out. It was like a 30 moves of trying to dig out that bishop. And I think I was always at like minus zero point 0.3 or something from the very get-go. So I feel you.
Um, Coffee Acorn saying knight a6 is bad because the knight gets stuck. So a5
Yeah.
to do knight a6 b4 or
I
something.
had thought of that
No,
same move as well here. A5 was on my candidate move list.
I think a5 is a good move to talk about because the other thing that it does. Oh my God! It was just playing Coffee Acorn. You won,
Yeah.
buddy. You won.
Yeah.
What's cool about the move, to my mind, actually, let me put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
What I liked about the move, as after I was thinking about it after Coffee Acorn said it, was that I don't want to move the knight so fast on b8 yet because white's only play like rook c1. What's your only idea? To take someday. Well, if you take, you're going to give my knight on b8 the c6 square.
So he's just going to try and wait?
Well, so I'm going to call it developed, or it's less undeveloped if I can develop my rook on a8 where it stands.
Yeah.
Right? So I think a4 next is definitely something he has to worry over. Plus, the terrifying thing for Ding here, he's got no real threats. There's no real, I
Right.
mean, maybe you could call queen c2, cd, queen c7. Maybe you could call that a threat. And I want to stress the maybe
Sorry,
there.
queen c2 and then trade on d5 and play queen c7 immediately.
Yeah.
Have that set
That's
up.
that's the only thing that's like a glimmer of a threat for white, right?
Yeah. And even then, if black just played knight b c6, maybe it wouldn't have done anything. Like
That's
that
what I'm
might
talking
cover the whole issue, so to speak.
Right. So a move like a5, it's flexible in that we can maybe do knight a6, but
Mm-hmm.
also white's going to be like, well, a4 might come touch my coconuts.
Yeah. There's also a plan where you go b5 with the c6 pawn.
Very
In
good.
retis,
Very
that
good.
happens when white has a pawn on d3. You just kind of play
Mhm.
b5 and say, like, hey, play cd or cb, but like either way, I'm taking your space and I'm clarifying the position. Um, that looks it looks pretty pleasant for black, and black could also just develop the rook by playing a4, and then so let me just put a move on the board for white with d3. If black plays a4, and I'm not saying they would rush to do it, you basically give white the choice of suffering on the a file against the bishop a3 and pawn a2, right? You have to figure something out about that piece. Or white plays b4, and then again you go b5 and you say, like, yeah, we've buried that bishop. Buried.
Yeah, a5 is nice because it has a lot of different ideas.
Yeah.
So a4, b5, knight a6, they all seem very plausible.
Yeah. The only thing it gives up is this nice queen a5 move. So everything
True.
gives up
Mhm.
something, but it's got
Yeah.
several good ideas with it.
Hmm.
Now, we have a question in chat from Gukesh about e4 should be a positional mistake, right? Since we have the dark squared bishop. So saying from white's perspective, playing e4 is going to be a mistake because of the dark squared bishop. So I think Gukesh, you understand black's going to play d4 with the pawn, and then the dark squares are really solid for black. But I think it's actually more than that. White's got these fianchettoed or extended fianchettoed bishops, and white faces a general problem with countering black's classical pawn center of d5, e5, which is if you go e4, black pushes past with d4, and bishops are not good in that position. And if you go d4, black plays e4, and again, your bishops are not that good in that position. I think that's what Jesse was saying when he's saying there's like not like a great plan for white at the moment.
I want to say something obvious, David, and then I have to address a question that was in the chat. I think Ding should have stuck with the London, dude. I know maybe a lot of people hate the London, blah, blah,
No, no,
blah.
no, don't worry.
But it would have been a very safe way to continue his match strategy. And we saw he has good prep in the London. You know, either, or maybe even go back to his Catalan, but like
Hmm.
playing these weird moves just goes into Gukesh territory, dude. It just like feeds the Gukesh. That's all you're doing by playing weird moves. Okay, we have knight e1 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Gukesh was up to the task in that London game, just fine, right? No.
Well, that was Ding was, I think, close to basically winning, dude. I mean, out of the opening, it was a clear advantage. Now, Ding
Mm.
didn't want to play with the clear advantage. he
He was like, I
didn't
need
want
a
any part of
super
it.
clear advantage.
He wanted no part of it. Okay, let's talk about knight e1. Now, first off, the knight was unhappy on f3, and the bishop was unhappy that the knight was masking the dude.
Hmm.
But, and okay, one thought for knight e1. Knight e1 might itself be a flexible move
Hmm.
with a couple ideas. So one, there's knight d3, c5 potentially,
Yeah, really good against this b5 idea I suggested, right?
right?
Make me regret that one if I went for it.
And it introduces the thought of f4.
Yeah.
And then if you're going to imagine, there's a variety of ways in which white someday might play d4. Okay. And if you play d4, I'm probably gonna have to play knight e1 anyway.
Hmm.
So knight e1 also allows d4 to happen in
Yeah.
perhaps slightly better circumstances.
So you'll have kind of like a tiny jump on the f3 plan, which a couple of people in chat are asking about. So
Hmm.
let's say that as black, I played knight a6 just to put a move on the board, and now we try d4 for white. And black says, no, 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 I'm not pumped about that, and pushes. Now you've got the jump on this f3 move compared to before. That said, folks, like you can basically never win that e4 square once you've played d4. Black has f5, and like you can fight, but you know, I think maybe your bishop gets out through h3 here, but you don't break the e4 square as white. Basically, you have to find a way to play around it.
Yeah, let me say something else obvious. So in these positions where you lack the space, you need something kind of compensation. And so if you want to make an argument for white, it's that the knight on b8 is still poor,
Yeah.
and the coordination of the knight on e7 is still bad. So if those get fixed, then you're in trouble. But if they don't get fixed, then you're just going to you're going to be okay. You're going to somehow find a way in.
Yeah.
And, sometimes it can be dangerous. The other thing, I think maybe I already mentioned, but knight e1 also enables f4, which we could do at some point as well.
Yeah. By the way, just to note, chat, I think this position that I just got playing against myself is quite good for white, actually. So, yes, we couldn't break and win the e4 square, but you'll see I opened up a fair number of dark squares, traded off the rook on f1. My remaining rook is on the open file first. I've got the jump on the file. I've got the jump on some of these dark square moves, queen a5 and queen g5 in the offing. And eventually I can play e3 bishop f1 in some endgame. So the position looks like highly playable for white through this in this particular line. So that was kind of partly the strength of knight e1, right? Was we got like a decent f3 situation there. Okay, now
How
we
about we,
want to
how
talk
about we
about
have some
f4, Jesse?
Well, we can talk about f4, but let's talk first about black's potential moves here. And I think the first question, if you're black, is like, well, I just played a5. How do I feel now about a4?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Seems like an obvious question. It's nice and simple, developing my rook, just like we said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Achilles is saying if we got as white f4 and then play fe5 and cd5. I agree with you, Achilles. If you could trade the f and c pawns, then it's going to be hard for black to keep d5 and e5 super solid for a long period of time. That's a position where you're going to have plenty of shots at black's center, and white's bishops are going to be doing their hypermodern best in that scenario. So that would be reasonable. All right, Jesse wants to look at a4, so we'll look at a4. So the threat is a takes b3 with a tempo on that bishop. If white bails out with bishop e7, then the queen is quite good on e7. Suddenly b4 and a3 are slightly weak squares. We can't play b4 as white. So black's going to develop the rook with a takes b and have a developed rook and a queen on the color squares of the bishops that were traded off, which when you have same colored bishops off the board, you want your queen to come into those open diagonals now that she's no longer got to worry about a bishop. So that looks very pleasant for black. I mean, bishop takes e7 and white's just suffering.
The other thing, David, I want to point out is one thing we might want to do is to defend the bishop with knight c2, but then I think black just takes on c4. Thank you very much.
Take on c4 to win a pawn, right?
Hmm.
Might as well open our rook first. No,
Now you could open the rook too if you want.
Mama said develop, didn't she, Jesse?
In any case,
yeah, we might as well. This is just white's just trash here.
Yeah. So no. So after a4, maybe ba, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe ba. And that's going to be some messy stuff, right? Because black can take on c4 there.
Yeah.
And now it's kind of like a weird thing of who's got the juice and who's got the jump, right? Because black is still not getting the knight out from b8 nicely and still worrying about e7, but
black has to be better there because the knight on e1 is such a chump.
Long term, that pawn on c4 looks a lot better than an a pawn.
Yeah,
it looks better than both a pawns.
Yeah, no, that's terrible. That's a terrible position.
Now, as Socratic said, maybe white plays cd5 first.
But anytime cd5 happens, we just rejoice.
Yeah.
We rejoice because then our knight on b8 comes to c6.
Right, and then this is the Kostya. So there's not a nasty black pawn on c4. Technically, white's up that a4 pawn, but black's got all the joy of coordination. Maybe we could look at knight d3, heading to c5. Does black have to pay tribute to that knight?
A party, you know.
What's that?
We just have a party. We just have to have a party first before we even worry about anything. We just like, oh my god, my knight got to c6. It's so happy, dude.
Yeah. But so there's no time to celebrate. The match is intense, 10,000 small battles, one after the next.
Yeah. I think actually this would be a great time for Gukesh to think. So we've got a4 as a candidate move. It looks very dangerous. Our old friend rook e8 could still get played. I'm sure knight a6 is fully playable. I don't like knight a6 in the sense that then knight d3 makes some sense. Maybe I can trade off a piece or so. But I'm sure it's playable.
Yeah.
And d4. d4 is also now completely viable.
Really?
Completely viable. d4 is playable here. Yeah.
Because the knights come off of the pressure on d4.
Yeah, and when you play e3, you're not doing anything anymore, really. Yeah. So that's also a thing.
Well, the problem is black really needs to get this knight off b8 once they're playing d4 and there's action.
So I guess what I'm saying is I think a4 is the big question. but there's definitely other moves for black to play.
Yes. And to me, a4 has that little suspicious side of I'm not developing my pieces. That said, white just played 91, so it's not like white's development is raging at the moment.
Well, but no, I'm with a4. I'm developing my rook.
That's true. That's true. Would rook e8 be almost a waiting move? Yeah, rook e8's just like a cleaning up move, right? It's just like imagine your queen weren't on d8. You would play a move like rook e8 or rook f7. Why? You'd just be defending your piece, right? So rook e8 or rook f7 is just kind of like a move where you're cleaning up your opponent's tactical threats, right? You're defending yourself. You're rearranging your pieces to not be under fire.
All right, rook e8 is played.
I like that.
Now, to a certain extent, it's not clear to me that rook e8 is consonant with a5. Though a5, it's hard to imagine that actually hurts your position. Yeah.
The way in which it's consonant is that this move is envisioning keeping the rooks connected for opening up the queen side. Whereas if he were just trying to mass himself more towards the king side, instead of playing a5, he could have played rook f7 a move ago, right? And that prepares more for playing e4 and f5 at some point when white goes d4. So that's looking to mass more towards the king side, the rook f7 move. Once he's played a5, we're talking about a4, we're talking about cd5, we're talking about ba4, and so he wants the rooks connected.
Okay, David, let's ask a simple question just so we get it. He has an intention against knight d3, but I don't know what it is yet.
Okay, to me, the obvious move would be b6. So why don't we briefly look at that?
I agree with you. It does make me a little nervous with the softening of the diagonal.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking of playing c5 and recapturing on d5 with my bishop and breaking up the bishop pair if white ever trades on d5.
That's a cool thought. Actually, put a little arrow there, David, because that c5 move is kind of cool. That would be an interesting change of structure. Yeah. And then the knight on b8 would get to c6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's a position where everything I've done kind of comes together and makes sense. And yeah, I've got slightly weak light squares, but I've got two knights to try and cover them, right? So.
And kind of oddly, we didn't look at it, but b6 could have been considered as well on either move 11 or 12 for black, with the same idea to shut the bishop on a3 out.
Yeah. Yeah, and to gradually find the right home for knight b8.
Now, one of the things that white's going to have to be talking about is the bishop on a3 was the prettiest piece of all of white's pieces. The unopposed bishop looking, pinning, and yada, yada. But a concern now is, oh my God, with plans like b6, c5, bishop gets hosed, and then it's also terrible. If the knight also maybe moves from e7, then the bishop gets ghosted and then can later get dominated. So that's also a thing.
Right, like black could play knight f5 in some position, right?
Exactly, right. And that introduces the question of like, well, if I'm black now, is knight f5 a threat? It kind of might well be. Just knight f5, buddy, and then I'm gonna put you in the grave because your pieces, pieces are gonna get worked.
Right. And that's also the overall danger of b6 is not just that we're hosing bishop a3. It's like we're starting to talk about taking so much space that any and every white piece will be hosed, right? We're not even just playing against one piece. We're just taking everything. Just taking all the space.
Oh, my alarm is going off, buddy. How about f4, David?
What's that?
f4.
f4 we want to look at?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's look at f4. Black rook left the file, so yeah, white might be happier to play some FE kind of position. On the other hand, the black rook is on the E file now, so black might be happier playing an E takes F4 type position than before. My instinct is still to play E4.
So the idea with this would be that if you play E4, I'm going to claim that, oh, maybe now my knight can find the dark squares.
Mm-hmm.
And in general, I kind of want the dark squares as white. I can't go knight c. Well, maybe I can play knight c2. Yeah, maybe I can. But I could also play d3 and then knight c2 or something weird.
Yeah. Nothing weird about d3. That move makes eminent sense, right? We've got all this tension for the g2 bishop. Mm-hmm. We fight for e4. Black maybe plays f5. Compared to the d4 positions, these f4 positions, our bishop's going to be amazing on b2 and our knight pretty good on e3 or d4. So it looks very playable. Also, Jesse, there might be a little tactic alert here.
Uh-oh.
D takes e4. If d takes e4, I'm just going to show a simple theme where we trade queens and take the knight. Right? Yeah. But now you're going to see that what's coming is on fe4, I'm thinking about bishop e4.
Yeah, I think f4, the more I look, so one thing obvious to say is if you throw in knight e3, b6, then when f4 comes and I whack you, I'll play e4 and I'll whack you. But now f4 makes me a little nervous as black.
Uh-huh.
Also, I think any opening of the position like FE, got to be advantageous to white. Obviously, you get the F file, but just in general, anytime that bishop's still alive on A3 and we're talking to F8 with the rook on F1, we got to be like, I got to be happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
So F4 is making me nervous now that I'm looking at it.
Okay.
And I don't. Maybe I'm becoming unconvinced by black's last two moves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, f4 certainly makes sense. By the way, in my e4, d3, f5 tactic line, bishop e4, some folks were thinking queen b6 check, but I had prepared for that as white. I had the move c5, so I'd checked my idea in that sense. What I think black could do there is actually play d takes e4, keeping the knight on e1 hosed for the moment, although it can come out to e3 very easily soon. But the idea here, bishop e7, and then I was coming down with rook to d2. And, trying to make a mess of this position. Like so. And although white won a pawn, there's still some trickery to calculate. Black is going to go after the queenside light square pawn chain with moves like a4 or possibly b5 and look for a way to equalize despite losing a pawn. Okay. Anyway.
David, one thought I just had that's very unconventional
mm-hmm.
is that on f4, maybe black just plays ef and says, oh, that's why my rook's on e8.
Maybe black does what?
If f4, we just maybe play ef.
Right, yes. I mentioned that initially when you stepped away, that with the rook on e8, ef4 can make a bit more sense.
A little bit reminiscent of, I forgot already which game it was, but maybe game, I don't know. Remember the game where he goaded him to play f4 and then he never did it? It was like a ghost.
Yeah.
Maybe game, I don't know, let's call it 3. Yeah.
Ding's been white in the even games, so maybe game 4.
Game 4, let's call it game 4.
Yeah. Okay, so ef4. I don't have a strong instinct how white would capture here.
I think what's cool about that position is black. It's a little messy, but black is the one who's got the coconuts there. So that's very comforting for black. Because at first I was like, f4 is giving me grief.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, well, at the very least, ef, and I'm doing fine.
Yeah, I agree. Doing fine.
I don't know which way you
Basically,
captured either. Yeah.
the key, Jesse, f4 was played.
Oh, buddy.
The key to this move, ef4, Jesse, I think, is we keep the f6 and c6 pawns. Those are like our exoskeleton against those bishops. So we go like ef4. I don't know, maybe the rook takes because gf4 is committal to white's king position, and Ding doesn't like messing with his king position. And now black could do something like dc4, bc4, knight d7, just developing all the guys. And, white's pawn structure is a little bit funky after those trades.
Mm-hmm. I think knight a6 also makes a lot of sense to keep d7 for my queen. And you don't have to take on c4 either. You just,
right. We can play knight d7 without it if we want. That's fine too. Knight d7. We have.
I think f4, dude. So first of all, it makes sense that your intuition is to play f4 after knight e1, but I don't know, boss. Especially, I'm just looking at that ef move, and I'm like, that's not good for white. Not good.
Yeah. Well, I think f4 was a correct defensive operation from Ding. He had a lot of positions where his pieces just get hosed. Here he's got a little problem with his central pawn structure. But all his dudes are alive, So if you're in the pawns aren't people school of thought, like at least his pieces are going to play this game after f4.
I'm going to negative 0.5.
Oof. Brutal.
But let's spar it out a little bit.
That's heavy, Jesse, for a position like this.
I don't know if it's that heavy, but let's play it out a little bit. So I'll go EF, and I don't know which way white recaptures. I mean, I don't know. I assume rook f4 feels more natural, but the rook is also a little vulnerable on that square.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's almost objectively perhaps equal between gf4 and rook f4, but I think it would be rook f4, just the less committal move, less risky for his king. Ding's not like afraid to play principled moves, but he doesn't play risky moves for no reason, right? Like in the game you're referencing, game 4, he was like, yeah, I'm never playing f4. Don't worry. And here I think it's a little bit like a desperation move. So I agree f4 is not like overwhelming for white, but I wouldn't fault it. I think it may have been his best move.
Yeah, no, I understand. It was very hard for white to find a plan, but now we're looking at the position, and it's like that rook on d5, you're probably going to end up losing a tempo.
Yeah.
And so
it's just going to drop back to f1 at some point.
Now black has both a4 and knight a6. Now, one nice thing about this for black is now I know that I can move the knight, because now whenever CD happens, I'm going to play knight d5 now.
Okay, but I think what you're facing here is bishop e7 and then CD. So if you go knight a6...
EF4 played. Thank you. Welcome to the dojo.
Yeah, Gukesh knows. He's got good positional, like just all around, right? Understanding of what he needs to be doing. Even in really unusual positions that he probably doesn't have a lot of experience with.
And rook e8, I think at first I didn't get it. I was like, does this really make sense? But you could think of rook e8 as a prophylactic against f4, because now when he takes, not only do we have the e file, but like we're ready to rock against this.
So if you go knight a6, Jesse, I would argue white might go for bishop e7.
Okay, I don't know what your idea is yet. I'll go queen e7.
Now I go CD5.
I don't know. I'll take with the bishop.
Okay. I trade. You take back, and I guess I go E3 now.
And then knight B4.
Yeah. You go into C6?
I guess if you're going to invite me there.
Yeah.
No, that's unpleasant.
Well, I mean,
That's definitely a negative. That's probably -8, -0.8.
oh, come on.
It's nasty, dude. If I win the 8 pawn, that's it. And then what are you going to do?
I guess I will play knight. Oh my god. I was about to play something really nasty like knight C2 and then you go to D3.
No, the knight D4 is really annoying.
Wavelino, you're afraid to ask for the dojo eval. It's there. It's there right by my head, I think.
Yeah.
You should be able to see it. Little blue thing pointing down.
We do have a big difference in the eval. I'm at -0.5 and David's at -0.15.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're still at EF4.
Yeah.
And yeah, GF's a thought. It's also kind of nasty. It doesn't, you know. Also, David, in addition to what I did with the basic knight A6, we could definitely consider moves like knight G6, ghosting the bishop on A3 if we really were afraid of the bishop E7s of the world, which I'm not.
Yeah. No, you didn't need to be afraid of it. You clearly had a good position there. I mean, I felt a little insulted by your -0.8, which suggested that I had made a mess of Ding's position. I felt like I did a pretty good job of minimizing how putrid it was. So I felt like slightly offended by the eval, but but I did agree that you had proven clearly that bishop E7 wasn't a problem for black by any measure.
Maybe like EF, rook F4, and if knight A6. I'm not saying that that's the only move. A4 is also a move. Maybe knight G6 is also a move.
I love moving the knight before. We've got rook F4 on the board, by the way. I told you. Ding doesn't like opening the kimono.
Oh, he's opened the kimono, my friend.
He doesn't like to, though.
Opened the kimono.
He didn't open it any extra, Jesse. You know, he didn't do any GF4 because of his king. And I think GF4 might be, you know, objectively of equal value or whatever, but he's not like looking to do it.
Okay, let's talk candidate moves. We got A4, we got knight A6, maybe knight G6.
Just before he played this, you were going to tell us something about knight A6 or something else you might do here.
Oh, I think that was the knight G6.
You're going to show us knight G6, maybe.
I don't know if it's that special or anything.
I just dropped the rook to F1. You know, I'm a simple guy. I admit I didn't want to be there.
But okay, let's imagine that line then. So knight G6, rook F1, DC, BC, knight E5.
Yeah.
Some kind of crud like that.
Yep. I don't know.
Black's doing good there too. I don't know.
D3.
D3, dog 3.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you know, knight A6, and we don't know what your knight on E. You know, it's very painful. It's very painful.
Yeah, I mean, black's pretty happy.
And then maybe even instead of knight A6, I just want to develop my pieces. But at some point, knight G4 is probably going to work.
Right. What if you've got queen B6 check in that position,
I know,
Jesse?
queen B6 followed by, and you got, I don't know, it's nasty. The milk has gone bad.
And if I have to play C5, good job, bishop, right? And now what are we going to do about A2?
Okay, so let's say the obvious. Black is better, and what black has a wealth of opportunity here, and it's not easy to say which one's better. Okay, so knight G6 looks great. Knight A6 looks good. DC might also do something.
All right, we get a quick move, and it is D takes C4, which was
Wow,
my original instinct, and I didn't know why. And you know, and you said, well, we can just leave the pawn on D5, and I said, yeah, good point. I don't know why I'm taking on C4.
It makes a lot of sense. I think because next move we're gonna play knight G6.
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of liking that after d takes c, my c6 and f6 pawns were intact, right? I guess that's what I was saying. I was like, I've got my little rocks for these bishops to chip their teeth on. c6
So,
and
okay.
f6.
Remember when I did the knight g6 variation? I think this is just the different move order to get the
Right.
same.
So we're saying b
Also,
takes c4, knight g6, rook f1, and now we have to ask about, queen b6, maybe even queen d4. Queen d4, e3 doesn't look so bad for white.
I think that 95 is always a good start, though.
Yeah.
Start with 95, boss. Yeah.
Oh, and then queen d4. Yeah, I think that's what Francois is getting at, because we had those moves on the board before. Let's try queen d4 instead of queen b6 there. Check! King h1, knight g4. Ay, ay, ay.
That's already terrible, dude. So he can't be playing D3. He's
My goodness.
I think it's time to change your eval, boss.
Neptunian thinks he's lost all his coconuts. Well, no, he's in danger of losing a first coconut. But yeah, dc4. Gook wants to just wrest that pawn from him with knight g6 to e5.
Yeah, dude. No, this isn't pleasant for a peasant.
Oh God. It's more bad than I would expect it to be bad, Jesse.
Well, look at his coconuts. They're all hanging out, you know.
All right. I'm a little reluctant to go this far, but I'm going to minus 0.4 right around your neighborhood. I don't really know what white's supposed to do about this.
I'm at 0.8, by the way. I think this is pretty bad.
So we've got a suggestion of rook f2 instead of f1, so queen d4 won't be with check. But what you'll see... Oh, I almost moved on the wrong board. What you'll see is that there's going to be still a tempo with knight g4. So knight e5 if you go d3, knight g4. And now there's knight e3 coming, so your rook can't even go to f1. So you're going back to f4 with the rook. Black's playing g5, and you're saying, like, yeah, time to give an exchange. Right? It's time to give an exchange and hope that your bishops are alive. They are alive. I mean, you go rook e4, f5, rook g4, f g4, bishop b2, and pretend you wanted this. It's maybe not so bad. What do you think, Jesse? That might accidentally be a good position. No, there's queen b6.
I mean, in that line, too, he didn't even have to take the exchange. He could have just plopped this big old fatty knight on e3, too. So,
Oh, right here. Knight e3. Queen d2. What are you doing? Oh.
Probably just bishop f7 or something. I don't know.
Okay.
In any case, I'm just saying this position's so nasty. We don't have to think about it over much.
All right.
Like there's knight c4. I don't know, buddy. It's just full nasty.
Francois is thinking that bishop e7 is almost forced because this knight g6 to e5 is so strong.
Good point. Yeah,
He's saying white should have played gf4 to not let this knight start hopping. Starts hopping.
And bishop e7 would really just be like the full acknowledgement that the milk has gone bad,
Right. It would also be a reason to think for a while here as white, right? Like instead of playing b takes c4, like dude just took your coconut and you don't recapture, that means you're really considering bishop e7. Oh, it sucks to have your time and position taxed that way all at once. Also, I think bishop e7 is abysmal, Jesse, here. Because, look, bishop e7, queen e7, bc4. I mean... Ooh,
it's so nice.
Your e-pawn's hanging, your a-pawn's hanging, queen a3.
And you have simple ideas like knight a6 and rook a d8. It's just, oh my God, dude. Yeah. Oh my God. Oof. The milk has gone bad.
When these pawns are on d4 and e4, is a little bit of a fight of whether like they're strong or getting pressured, and kind of it's a bit of both. But here you've got a couple minor piece trades which decrease the value of the center pawns a little bit, and your pawns are both backwards. They're just immediately under fire.
Asher says, remember what Jesse's Mexican friend said about rooks in the center?
Yeah, Jesse, what's up with this rook on f4?
Mierda. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody wants
Rook
to
is
know what's
shit.
so bad about going rook e4, for example. If we play bc4 for
Mm.
ding, and then after knight g6, go rook e4, and they say, in that other line, I sacrificed the exchange. Now, I sacrificed the exchange out of desperation, not out of genius. Let's
I think he's about
figure
talking
out.
maybe rook e4 now.
Right. Rook e4 without recapturing?
Without recapturing, maybe, yeah.
What? Does one not need to recapture in chess? Rook e4?
Then we would really have to start talking about my Mexican friend.
Yeah, that's the straight up center. Skibix wanted to recapture. Wavelina wants to go rook e4 straight up.
Yeah, but honestly, rook e4 at the minimum, black will play knight g6, and the questions continue to be answered.
To
Continue to be
require
asked.
some
Yeah,
answer.
yeah. But honestly, if you're desperate, like if I was white, I'd be a little desperate here. I would be
Yeah.
thinking about bishop e7, which is clearly not what I intended,
Yeah.
By the way, one of the hardest things in chess for anybody is when it starts to go bad to start pulling the brakes. We saw in game one, Gukesh could not pull the brakes and start playing just with a worse position.
Mm-hmm.
He refused.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So,
weird when you've got something where you've got when it just sort of gets out of control, like your opponent's initiative is just bubbling out of the position, right? Like something's wrong and you just don't know like how to reverse it or get your pieces happy.
mhm.
Yeah. That's a very creative statement. White could play rook f3 to c3 to reroute the weird rook. Yeah, that's possible. Um, it's not going to be amazing, right? Two rooks doubled behind that c pawn. They're not going to be well placed, but it's possible. Ay ay ay. Man, this world championship match is everything, Jesse. This is fun.
Yeah.
Hey Jesse, did you see the thing that this comment from Ding? He was like thinking about giving up yesterday. He was thinking from 15 or 20 minutes down to 5 minutes, and then he finally played that move f6. And that was
Uh-huh.
like a real gut check moment where he was like, I was thinking about giving up. I was thinking about just just accepting it, relaxing and
Yeah.
letting the end come to me. And then I was like, no, f6.
Yeah, and both players were like Kraai's rook h3, man, saving the game.
Yeah.
That's that variation that was hidden that we didn't see on the board.
Yeah, that rook h3 was amazing.
Also, the press conference, by the way, the press conference, if people from the press conference are listening to me, the candidates press conference was much more enjoyable as a chess fan because, we would cover the games at the dojo and then the press conference would happen and then they would really ask the players like, okay, walk us through some of the key moments, It didn't last forever. It's just a little bit. Give us a little touch about how you felt. And then without the eval bar right there. And here it's like eval bar in your face, and they're not really giving a chance to talk through the game. They're like, maybe some buddy will be like, what about this move that my computer found on blah, 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 right?
Right.
So that's a little bit disappointing, but they still sometimes will address it.
Yeah.
And they're also asking dumb questions about what's your favorite piece and all that stuff,
Oh my god, the favorite piece.
The favorite piece, in any case. Um, the thing I wanted to say was that, first of all, David, you were right, at least that both players thought out of the opening that White was considerably
Yeah.
better. I was
Yeah.
I was like, until White fixed that knight, I'm not sure.
Right. Yeah. I
And
remember
then
your hesitation. And one of the things I've been tracking, Jesse, in this match, I talked about this briefly before you came on, but I've been tracking sort of like my evaluation compared to, the player's evaluation or the other commentators' evaluations, right?
Uh-huh.
Where the other commentators are basically stockfish extensions, right?
Right.
Um, and I feel pretty good about our evaluations in general. Like we're doing a pretty
Yeah.
good job of like noticing exactly when the game's turning towards equality or towards an advantage, etc.
Yeah, yeah. And then the other thing that was really interesting was,
Yesterday we got everything right, Jesse.
well,
Everything.
here, well, one of the things that I haven't checked with the computer or anything, but we really liked Bishop A7 in contrast to what
Mm-hmm.
Dude did,
Yeah.
which was this whole crazy line with Rook A5. And what was cool is we saw what was going to happen well before it happened.
Oh yeah.
And I decided anyways, like this is a position I don't want. This is too messy.
Right.
And Gukesh was like, okay, doubled pawns, extra pawn, I should be holding this. And yeah, I think he was wrong. I think he was wrong, dude. And then
Wait,
and
sorry,
then
sorry. Who was wrong?
Gukesh, because he even in the post-mortem, he was like, yeah, I still think this has to be winning, you know?
Right. He's like extra pawn and the doubled F pawns. I thought it should probably be winning, right? That was his thought, like a pawn plus your structure. But his king is so bad and black's pieces are so active. I
Right.
I read Rafael Leitao's analysis on chess.com of the game,
Uh-huh.
and he didn't mention bishop a7, so I don't know how much better it is, than what happened in the
Mm-hmm.
game. But he did mention two moves in a row. He agreed with me that white should have played bishop g5 instead of trading queens on f5, and instead of trading bishops on g7. So queen takes f5, smashing black's structure, lets the knight that was terrible on f8 have the g6 square, right?
Right, right.
And bishop takes g7, lets the king come out. And he said on both moves, bishop g5 would have been a bigger advantage than what Gukesh got, which I assume means his computer agreed, because he checks his analysis at minimum.
Okay, we got BC4 on the board, so no extreme desperation.
No fancy rook e4 here yet.
Yeah. And we're anticipating knight g6, but I want to stress that even if black doesn't play knight g6, I still like black's position.
Yeah.
Let's say knight a6. There's nothing wrong with you there, buddy.
Yeah. After all knight moves, black is better here. Other than knight d5. And yes, Matthew, I agree with you that Ding is careening towards some time pressure here. It reflects the fact that his position is bad and it's an unusual position. So it's very, very tough to evaluate your different bad options in an unusual structure like this.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jesse, you were also right about knight c8 being the only way to draw
C8,
that
right,
position.
right.
And we were right about the turning point, right? It was like, it looked like Gukesh couldn't win the endgame, and then the d pawn for h pawn got traded. And, we identified that's the moment where it went back to winning.
Mm-hmm.
I also suggested an idea, Jesse, yesterday, you might remember, where after knight c6, I said, what if we played rook d2 with the knight on c6? That fancy
I remember what you're saying.
tactic.
Yeah.
Knight takes b4, and then d6 opening the bishop on g2. Remember that?
Did you really say that, dude?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's a little bit of a bummer that we're talking about this without the board, because people might be just like, boss, what are you doing? Okay, knight g6 play.
Knight g6 playing. Because
that was a thing that was very tactics based, and I was like, oh, this is going to be, that would be very complicated. Gukesh was like, no, I didn't really think that was going to work.
Right.
And I could tell Maurice, who asked that, it was his first question. I was like, yeah, Maurice's engine found that one.
Of course.
Yeah.
Because the reason it works is something that I had not seen and Maurice had not seen either, right? The reason it works is because, and we played king f6 for black, and we said, yeah, it doesn't work. The king gets to the d pawn too fast, and white, white just loses the d pawn. But white can play bishop to d1, and then against king e5, there's f4 check, and against king e6, there's bishop b3 check. So you can actually keep the king away from your d pawn long enough to play bishop d1, bishop a4, and then black is in trouble.
Yeah,
I
saw that.
I had this instinct of this rook d2, d6 idea, but I never would have dreamed of bishop d1, you know?
Right.
So
right.
I can't, I think in general we've captured the moments where the game shifts, but we can't find like all the computer variations that would prevent the shift, right? Like the move that Gukesh could have played to prevent f5, f4, which we correctly identified as the drawing move for Ding, but we would have never seen, I think his like move to prevent it was rook c8 or something like that.
Yeah,
some computer move, right? We wouldn't have seen it. We wouldn't have seen it. We weren't dreaming of it, you know?
Okay, I also wasn't really dreaming of the rook is in the center is shit move, rook e4, which just appeared on our board.
Yeah. Good news for Ding, he planned this when he took back on c4. So he's not just pure bleeding time, right? He's on track.
So oh my God, this is, okay, let's just talk about rook e4. So one claim is that I'm hoping that you let me trade off the rook. If you let me trade off that rook, then I will feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, less pressure on the e file. And
the next claim is that when I play knight e5, you're just going to sit there like a chump.
Sure.
And also, you're claiming that f5, f4 isn't going to splice open your coconuts, too.
Yeah. I mean, I think Gukesh has to move the knight on b8 at some point before he starts playing f4 as black.
Well, yeah, there might not be a rush. We might be able to do it. But okay, this is very okay. So now I would say, and just in my old timer appreciation of the game of chess, is we are now at the moment to calculate, because like white has lost the strategic struggle.
Yeah.
And now it's time for black to kind of put him away. And right, so we have f5, f4 ideas. Rook e4 is very frisky. We have, and then I think though, David, what his intention is here. I'll try to defend his honor just in terms of ideas. Is I want to play knight d3 next. And the reason I'm putting my rook here is so that I don't have to play pawn d3 to defend the pawn on c4. So this allows me the idea of getting my knight to d3 where it will do something.
Yeah.
Furthermore, on knight e5, I might get away with d4.
With this idea of knight c4, rook e6.
Right. Okay, so while this looks...
Knight a3, rook e8, queen e8, queen b3, nailing black.
Yeah. So this move does have some tactical ideas. It's not just, it does, I'm certain it's terrible. Okay, I'm certain it's terrible, but we have to figure it out.
Terrible's quite harsh.
Well, I honestly, when I say terrible, I don't mean it's a bad move in itself. He's got a bad situation.
Oh, okay. There, I'm with you, yeah. It might have been his best move, right? Weird as it is.
Because when you think about it, the knight on d3 does a lot. It'll be a powerhouse piece because it'll talk to c5. It will talk to f4 and e5. And f4 is important because this f5, f4 thing is hanging over us. And also, we were talking, the first look is like, oh, he can do f5 later, but actually maybe not because knight d3 is about to happen.
Right. For example, as black, what I would love to do here, Jesse, is play knight d7, and then next move, play knight de5, and keep the knight on g6. Because by having a lot of knights around, the rook on e4 is going to be, struggling for squares. And then I can maybe play f5, f4 from there with two knights on that side of the board. And obviously the problem with that is once I play knight d7, white plays knight d3, and they're going to trade the knight when it comes to e5. So, yeah.
Now, actually, let me just say a very simple variation for black could be knight d7, knight d3, and then knight ge5. And I just say, well, I'm better in that position.
Right. We say, like, sure, we'll trade a knight.
Yeah, You got me. You're going to pay for with that terrible rook.
Hmm.
Okay,
Then
and then
again,
David,
white plays d4 at the end of that. Takes the
Mhm.
pressure off.
I could also take back with the F pawn just to say that your rook is terrible.
Um, uh, that's not so bad. It's got the e3 square to live on now, actually, in those FE positions.
Okay, David, I think one of the first questions we should ask is
Mm-hmm.
how do we feel about the position F5, rook E3, F4? Just how do we feel about it, Bobs? Just how do we feel about that one?
Um, yeah, I understand the question for sure because I would say if GF4, knight F4, I'm not feeling good.
Right?
I say that immediately. You know,
Hmm.
I feel like I kind of need the pawn on G3 instead of the pawn on H2. So I'm going to leave the tension and try and keep the knight at bay. I'll play rook D3. I know my knight wanted that square.
Yeah, and so I just want to say one reason for me to look at this F5, F4 was, oh my God, I can prevent your rook, your knight from going to D3.
Yeah.
And I don't even know where I want to go yet. But the
Mm-hmm.
first question would be Queen B6 check.
This is the kind of variation that Gukesh would not ignore. Let me just say that. Like, if F5, F4 is good, I bet he looked at it. You know, he's not going to just say, like, well, I have to move my knight on B8 because Pruess wants me to develop. Like, he's going to look at all the. He's going to calculate all the stuff like he normally does.
Well, right. And like I said, my sensei Smyslov said that the game of chess, when it goes right, it's like you outplay your opponent strategically, and
Yeah.
then a tactical situation arises, and then that's when a different kind of fight happens.
Yeah.
And that's when that's why you need time on your clock to calculate it once you get there. Because
Yeah.
this one's like you got a lot of nice options in F5, F4. Honestly, it's looking real nasty for white. But maybe there's something even nicer than that.
And for
Maybe
those
there's something even nicer.
and for those asking about basically, do we think Ding, prognosis for the whole game? Can Ding save this game and all that kind of stuff? I just want to say one thing, which is that defending yesterday's game
Yeah.
is going to give you a lot of confidence in those gut check moments where you're thinking about giving up
Yeah.
today and in future rounds, right? Like you're never going to give up. You're going to be like, okay, no, I saved that. I can save some other thing. Somebody
Okay,
asked me
Bob.
about c5 last move for white instead of my king h1. Well, c5 basically all it does is it kills my own guys by putting a
Yeah.
pawn on dark square, gives up some
Right.
light squares. Black plays queen c7, and now I have to defend a2. As well as, black's got good control of this f4 square over on the king side. So don't love
So
it.
David, knight a6 was played,
Mm-hmm.
and then the question is, what is Gukesh's idea after knight d3?
Right, because if there weren't knight d3, his idea would be, I guess, knight b4. But there is knight d3. Maybe knight b4 anyway. Maybe knight b4 anyway. He's got to be headed somewhere. Maybe bishop f5. Knight d3. Huh. François says now f5, f4 is stronger, and others are saying that too. But there's a knight on d3 that's going to trade on f4. You can't get a knight on f4 now. I don't think. What can white do to create counterplay instead of only reacting? The answer to that question is nothing. You wait for your moment, right? You try to get your pieces as active as possible defensive spots, and then when black has to do some kind of direct action, you're ready to fight back. But at the moment, there's not a counterplay plan for white. It is reactive here for white at the moment.
David, do you have any thoughts of what we're going to do with knight d3?
No. I'll show you one idea I had was bishop f5.
Yeah,
then for white,
f5.
I played rook e8, queen e8.
I think that's totally okay. It's sad because we're letting the rook free itself from this fine life, right?
Yeah.
But it is a nice position still for black. I thought f5, f4 looked a little bit definitely scarier than this, though. So I'm wondering, okay, so let's say that bishop f5 is our default move after knight d3, but honestly, it seems like we should have something better.
Yeah. And there's a really funky critical line there that goes queen b3, queen e2, queen b7. And that's what I was kind of wrestling with. So anyway, if you have any thoughts down that road, or I mean, my other idea for black is you can just play knight b4 in the current immediately after knight d3.
Yeah, good. I think knight b
right.
Woo! Yeah, knight b4 is a nice one. I think that would be very unpleasant for a peasant.
I was thinking we just plop it, get the rook to a2, but then I thought also, white's alive. The bishop on b4 is not too dead. For those getting excited, queen b6 basically never wins the bishop because of c5, and the big, mierda on e4 covers it.
David, another basic idea I have for black is just queen b6 check. We say that c5 is not what you want, so you play like king h1, and then bishop f5. That way my rook on a8 gets to e8.
Okay, you're giving me this rook b1 move, but you're getting the a8 rooks. You get that pressure as soon as possible. So, I mean, I probably throw in rook b1. Do you play queen c7, or do you have something funky?
Queen c7, yeah.
Okay. Queen c7.
I mean, knight b4 might be a move there, but I'm not that fancy of a man.
All right, that's what I wanted to know. Just checking. So now I have to trade. And then...
Well, black's better.
Yeah, it's pleasant for black. The a3 bishop has yet to find its purpose.
Now, I'm just so black has a couple good defaults after knight d3. I don't...
Oh, I'm in a real unpleasant situation here, Jesse, actually, because I'm not really sorting out this e2, d3 stuff, and black's ready to play knight e5 next move.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not so pleasant for a peasant.
Yeah.
Now, there might be something even better. I don't think there's another move besides knight e3.
You know what I'm also dying to do for black, and it may be a couple moves down the line, because right now we should be developing the rook on a8, and the knight on a6 could be improved and stuff, right? But I would love to play h5, h4 with the current structure. If we go to like live position, like knight a6. If I could play h5, h4 at some point, because my king still has the f-pawn to hide behind.
Plus, we had just the opportunity to play f5, f4, and he didn't do it.
No, but I like my f6 pawn, Jesse. I'm in love with that pawn.
I think that Gukesh saw f5, f4, and has an idea against knight e3 that I haven't seen yet. And there's a lot of different thoughts. There's the night before thought.
That
There's
night
the
before was pretty strong. Like, it was kind of simple, and it seemed like slightly like white gets out of the a2 pawn situation, gets rid of an isolated pawn. But really, like, white's just not coordinated.
it is pretty nasty.
And then your queen b6 version, that was the good version, right? Yeah, queen b6, sorry, that was the good version. Queen b6, king h1, then bishop f5. Oh, with your a8 rook coming to the e file. Oh, that was my favorite so far, Jesse.
And let's just say, David, a very similar position as if just queen d7. And then next move, I'll play something like bishop f5. Thank you very much.
Right. Yeah, just staying centered, right? The queen stays centered. Just go bishop f5. I mean, from a groveling perspective, I go knight c5, which is weird. I'm trading your worst piece on a6. Oh, but then you can play knight e5 instead of bishop f5. No, that's not what I wanted. That's not
Also, a very simple move after knight d3 would be just the basic queen c7. And that introduces also ideas of f5, f4.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really actually don't want to free the white rook on e4 from this life yet. I got a purpose. He's got a purpose to fulfill for me.
Right, which is make white question everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Dude, we're at move 16 and it's already looking critical for white.
Yeah.
And Ding is feeling it too, because if you think about the position from white, it's like, dude, if it isn't knight d3, because f5, f4 is still hanging over you. F5, f4 is still a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
Maybe he's thinking about rook b1. It doesn't look right.
I mean, knight d3 is super obvious. So I would say, reading the players instead of my own ability to analyze the position, but reading the players, if he's thinking for, if he's thinking for more than 10 minutes on this move with knight d3 being this obvious, then there's something he doesn't like with knight d3, right?
Right, and I think too, this whole thing with rook e4, the only way it really made sense was conceptually, and that was to say, look, I wanted my knight on d3 and not the pawn. So the rook on e4 has the job that when knight e5 is played, that it's protecting the c4 pawn, so I don't have to play d3.
Mm-hmm.
But here, with the weird rook on e4, I'm allowed to play knight d3.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just took a quick look at Ding, and he looked uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. He's like going like this, Jesse, like massaging his like cheeks up and down, lots of movement, and my sort of free association interpretation is he looks like somebody who's hunted. He looks like Gukesh is some kind of a beast, that's just like after him. And he's like, it's like one of those movies, where you're like hiding in the woodshed and trying not to breathe too loud, and the other thing is like splintering the wood. And oh man, it looks like he's a little bit terrified.
On the other hand, dude, when you think about the fact that he got that nice position with his last white and then didn't want to try to win it.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe reports like, you know what, just get some funky position. Maybe you can outplay him, just by being like a rope-a-dope.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. If you can't win, you might as well try to get a game by defending.
Well, yeah, and he's defending fantastically, and I'm sure that even though he looks, he looks bad at the moment, physically, I'm sure he's got the grit to defend forever here. He's got the belief that he can save it.
The other thing I was reflecting on yesterday, David, was that yesterday's game was I think even though it was a draw, it was ideal for Gukesh long term in the match because it was the first time we had a long game where like the nerves are getting frayed. It's 5.5 hours long, a lot of nervous energy, and I don't believe that Ding can keep that up. I don't think anybody really
Like at
can, but
some point he'll like crack and not defend perfectly. There'll be like
yeah.
a second best move somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe so. In a long match. I mean, it's not a long match, but in a match, a medium length match at some point, yeah, you can get tired. Um, by the way, yesterday I was saying like first classical opening advantage we've seen in the match, and today actually I think Gukesh basically got a clean opening advantage with Black. Um,
You keep forgetting the fact that Ding had an amazing advantage with his London too.
I think he only okay. Okay, yeah, there's two ways of looking at that. You could say that. I think if Gukesh didn't trade the bishop for knight, he was he was not at a disadvantage. But you're right. Once the position simplified into the D file for Ding, it was certainly a normal opening advantage. Yeah.
Kind of the definition of what an opening advantage might look like.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree.
Oh, dang, this isn't looking good, buddy. Yeah, so we're already, and also one of the terrible things about Rook A5, I said this in my video, was that it forced Ding to play like 5 or 6 moves in a row, and it got him so much closer to being to move 40.
Right.
Because at first it was looking like this, that
Mm-hmm.
we had an incredible poor time situation on our hands.
Right. Then you get a few forcing moves, and
Hmm.
it's clarifying, and you've gotten a few moves in.
But here we're already down to 2 minutes a move, dude, or less than 2 minutes a move, and we got a we got a long way to go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, basically, yeah, it's a bad sign that he doesn't feel clarity around knight d3, right? I mean, I think he's been on this more than 10 minutes now, so I'm going to say it's
Uh-huh.
like a really bad sign that he doesn't feel like, okay, I just play knight d3.
Because the bummer too, when it's like the only way your position makes sense from what you did is to play knight d3 now.
Mm-hmm.
And what he's being consumed by is all the variety of things that black can play after knight d3. And they're all good.
Yeah.
Every single move is good for black. Queen b6, queen c7, queen d7, knight d4, f5. They're all good moves.
I think a lot of people would not tank in this position, Marcus. A lot of people would just play knight d3 after 1 or 2 minutes. He's played knight c2 after 15 and a half minutes. But I think a lot of people would have played knight d3 pretty quickly, just saying, like, hey, it's just got to happen. I got to get that knight out. I got to deal with knight e5. So I'm just going to do it.
Okay, knight c2. I, of course, did not think of this move. It is a very fancy pants move
Mm-hmm.
because now the intention is if f5, rook d4. And is the rook in the center shit? Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, it is. Okay,
Yep.
so oh my God, I'm about to do my eval all the way over. Black has a lot of nice moves here too. I definitely gonna go to like we're gonna go to 1.2. I'll go 1.2.
Jeez. Wow. Okay. You're definitely leading me on the eval today compared to yesterday. Um, no, I don't think there's any way it's more than +1 for black at this point, Jesse. It's just a position. Black's got,
This is
a
full
solid
mass.
position, and white's pawns are a little bit weak, but it's different than being down a pawn plus compensation.
Okay, let's think about what White's dreams are here.
Okay.
At some point, I want to play rook d4, and I want to play on the dark squares. And I want to play at some point knight e3 to hold my coconuts together.
Knight e3 now, huh?
So like rook d4 followed by knight e3. And then the knight gets in the way of black's business.
My dreams are much simpler than yours. You're really looking ahead. My dream is just to trade this rook for a rook somehow. That's it. I just want to get rid of the big, you know what. That's it. Not looking much further than that. Ay, ay, ay. So f5, rook d4. That's what we're talking about. And then queen b6, king h1.
Well, you don't have to play. Oh, you mean queen b6 right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even after f. Oh no, I was meaning like f5, rook d4, queen b6, king h1.
But their queen b6 doesn't do it because the knight's protected, so he's got rook b1.
Yeah, you can play rook b1, I suppose.
But why are you putting your queen there then?
I don't know. I go knight b4. Why was I putting my queen there? Because your rook and king are in the same diagonal. You could not guess this very simple.
Oh, yeah. Okay, this is truly nasty. And let's see. Black has several moves that look glorious. Knight b4, f5. Even queen c7 looks pretty good. Knight e5 is definitely a simple move that can be played.
Right. I mean, that was like one of our main ideas, and knight d3 didn't come in to stop it, so that's going to be a main move. Maybe in terms of Ding's dreams, Jesse, maybe he wants to play knight d4 instead of rook d4. Yeah, that's more my speed. Knight d4. Trying to trade some stuff. See, that's what I'm about. Let's try and save this rook with some trades. Or with a trade. Divisio asking, Magnus in his recap yesterday stated that few chances that Gukesh missed might be results of overthinking a position. What do we think? I mean, I think Magnus probably knows better than us.
No, but I totally agree with that. I feel like that rook a5 was completely overthought, dude.
Gukesh is a big thinker. He's definitely a big thinker. But I do think he was struggling maybe a little to evaluate some of the positions around, queen d3, queen f5, queen f4. All those positions, I feel like he had a choice of like 7 different positions that were somewhere between like plus 0.8 and plus 1.5, and he was having trouble identifying which was which, maybe. Because he had several options. Why not knight b4, asks Tiger Cubby. Knight b4 is playable. We looked at it against knight d3, and the line would be basically the same. Knight b4 is playable, but I don't think it's best.
No, we got to look at knight b4 is definitely on the table as one of the candidate moves here.
Yeah. He said it mostly for king e1. Well, that position with king e1 is an example of how insanely difficult it is to calculate in those endgames, those concrete positions. Because I scraped the surface of Tao's analysis on that. And a lot of it was around, in this variation, you can trade into the rook ending and it's winning. In this variation, it's drawing. And it was based on, obscure details that, maybe Magnus could have identified, but they were universes away from what I could figure out if I were playing. And just analyzing the position where he's choosing between king e1 and king e2 and bishop e2 or whatever on that one move. I mean, I would need probably 2 hours to start getting close to what the answer is on that one move. Right? And 2 hours is more than the time he's got for the entire endgame. So,
David, let me try and move out for you here. This is very concrete. So let me try queen b6 check.
Yeah, looks good. I like it.
And then
Instinctively, David
you
likes
got,
it.
you got some questions to answer there. So,
Okay. I move my king.
okay, you just play king h1.
Yeah,
Now
I'll
this
just
is my,
tribute.
what I didn't understand though is now I play f5.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. I don't like that, what just happened there. Okay.
And now I think there's definite grief.
You kind of got me. Yeah, there's definite grief. No, I can't disagree. No, I'm
Now,
busted.
but we should go one more move further just to make
Okay.
sure. So, queen b6, king h1, f5,
Yeah.
rook b1.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Rook b1.
Now, I still don't know what's happening because I was going to throw in knight b4 now.
Okay, you can also try queen b1.
I don't like it that much because your queen gets to b7.
Well, does it, or do I lose my back rank coconuts? Okay, but you were just going to go back?
Well, no, I was going to play knight b4,
Knight
rook
b4.
b1, knight b4.
Okay. I think simple queen c7 is just winning here, Jesse. So just for simplicity's sake, queen c7.
Okay, but then he can play rook d4.
Right? c5.
But then my b7 pawn is hanging.
Oh, yeah.
That's what
Shoot.
I'm trying to say. That's why this rook b1 move is
Okay.
like the question on this line.
Okay, so you're going to play knight b4. Good call. Good call.
And our idea, friends, is that whenever rook d4 happens, then I'm going to play c5.
Yeah.
And so, well,
Now,
this
if white
is,
takes on b4, you could play fe potentially, right? Against bishop or knight takes b4.
I was just going to be very unfancy and just play AB because
Sure.
I know your rook has to move, and then I'm going to win your A2 pawn, and then I'm going to be like, well, that wasn't what you wanted. But I could also take the rook, you know. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Chad asks, why don't we start with f5? Well, because
Because then there's, okay, maybe F5 definitely move, but then after rook D4, what are we going to do?
queen b6, rook b1, or queen. Well, yeah, play queen b6 after rook d4.
Well, okay, and then we get the same position if we're playing knight B4.
Right. Now rook b1, knight b4 looks brutal. We had this before, and white can go bishop takes b4, right? We didn't go further into it. A b4, rook takes b4. And then here, Jesse, I had a move of such incredible simplicity. My first thought was queen c5, right? But then I thought of the move just queen c7, threatening c5 with the pawn. And, white plays something like c5 to stop it, and then rook a2.
But he can play rook B2 after queen C7. Move has been played. Queen C7. This was also on the candidate list here.
Okay.
And what we're saying with queen C7 is I'm looking, boss, at F5, F4.
Yeah.
I'm saying you don't got kakalaka.
Yeah.
And the milk has gone bad.
He's got
now,
rook 88. He's got c5 as needed. There's no tempo for rook b1.
There is
the
a question
pawn
that
needs defending.
There is a question I didn't understand though after queen c7. What about Pruess's knight d4 now?
Right.
That's what kind of dissuaded me.
That would be the Movovich. And I guess he'll just play bishop f7, Jesse.
And then the thing that frightens me is either taking first on e8 or knight f5.
You're actually terrified of something?
Not terrified. I'm worried you're going to get enough play to survive.
Yeah.
But actually, I think a good way of understanding this position is to say, I'm setting up an exchange on the E file where I'm going to say your rook on C1 isn't doing anything.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
At some point, I'll play knight B4.
Yep.
And I'm going to dance all over your coconuts.
Dance all over them. Agreed. Knight b4 right there after knight f5.
Yeah. This, though, does not feel as nearly as hardcore as our two moves, which were queen b6 and f5 directly. Those seemed like we're going to do a knockout punch.
Yeah, okay. This looks like pretty close to -1. It looks like minus point 8 or 9 or something, maybe.
Oh, it's definitely pleasant. It's definitely poor. All right, David, I'll try to defend White's honor here.
Sure.
By the way, we are down below 2 minutes for sure. Queen c7 also maybe kind of pragmatic and just being like, I'm going to move quickly.
Right.
I have a nice position. Let's see you suffer, buddy. Let's see you think about it.
Not too forcing, right? Give him some room to figure out what he wants to do.
Yeah. So, all right, I'll play knight d4. I'm going to try to defend Ding's honor.
Okay, knight d4. I'm not going to let you have that bishop, so I'm going to tuck it like in our first variation.
All right, the bishop has been tucked.
Yeah.
All right, I'll play knight f5.
Without the trade.
I think maybe I want you to take and bring my rook. Yeah, I don't want to help your rook come to e8. That's my idea. Here, maybe I'm going to live through this.
My rook's just about as good on a8. I will trade on e4 and put my queen in the center. Queen e5.
d3.
d3.
I might have been able to play. No, I don't want to do it.
Okay. Knight c5.
Now, let me just say, okay, I'm going to take that coconut.
Yeah.
And play, I don't know, king g2. And all I want to say is I can imagine saying that black is better here, but this is not the rager that I think black deserved. Okay, we got to move. Knight d4 was played.
Yeah, of course. What else were you going to do?
Now, one idea on that one, David, is bishop f7.
Yeah.
Let's say white does not trade the rooks.
Yeah.
And plays knight f5. I think instead, you took immediately on e4, but how about we don't rush it and play knight b4 first?
Okay.
With the claim that maybe you need to worry about me playing rook ed8 to leave your rook stranded. Maybe. I don't know.
And why couldn't you play that last move?
I was concerned about knight e7.
King h8.
Okay, maybe I could do it last move too. However, I'm the one defending Ding's honor, so it's your move, buddy.
Okay.
So your move. Knight f5. I'm trying to defend his honor.
Okay, so you're on knight f5, and it's my move. But you suggested that I could play knight b4 here.
There's knight b4, rook ed8, rook e4. You got a lot of different moves.
All right, I'm going to try rook ed8 now that I know about it. Did not occur to me. But I was also playing rook e8 check for white with the very first opportunity, you know? I just wanted to trade that thing, so.
All right, I'm going to play frisky. I'm going to play d4.
d4.
I don't know, that might be too much.
Okay. d4. Well, I mean...
Is that too much, Kraai? That might be like me trying to be a little too fancy there.
My main move is knight b4, and I'm going to move it.
Knight b4, queen b3. So d4 allows me to play queen b3, basically.
Oh, because you're
Maybe,
avoiding rook takes d2.
maybe you just play b5 and say, good night, Jesse. Sleep well.
Yeah, I was thinking about both b5 and c5 to get some more action going.
Okay, so the question, my friends, is
Mm,
uh was queen c7 like black is still better, but
mm.
was it like
Imprecise.
not the knockout punch that we felt should have happened? Okay, so
I mean, he's being criticized for yesterday trying too hard for a knockout punch instead of just playing something clean and good. Chess is difficult, even for the world
yeah,
champions.
yeah. Okay, we do think bishop f7 is kind of sort of the only.
What would you do about b5, Jesse?
Let me just add that he is thinking. Oh, wait, he hasn't thought about it. No, he's played bishop f7. Okay, so let's look. We're in Ding's shoes here. We got less than a minute to move.
No, no, no. Less than 2 minutes a move.
Less than 2 minutes to move, excuse me. And our opponent like has given us one momentito. We have one momentito before things really start to fall.
Sorry, Francois, for not arguing with you about bishop d7. Um, but, the bishop f7, even if it doesn't win the c pawn, it's just tickling it. White's not enjoying defending the c, d, and e pawns. They're all weirdly targeted. And also, by going to f7, we keep both files open for our rooks. So,
Yeah, by the way, I think bishop d7 was also a thought, and you would
yeah.
do that if it would kind of be an admission that, oh, this knight d4 is something I didn't like because you're afraid of knight f5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the ambitious play is to say, no, boss, you can't actually do anything fancy with your knight.
Right. Or also, like, we just don't care, right? Like, hop all you want. Your pawns are still under some pressure.
Mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
always a little bit worse. Okay. I mean, I would expect, me, I would expect a snap trade on e8. But if you want to go back to knight f5, I played rook ed8. You tried d4, knight b4, queen b3, b5, and the honor was yours to defend still.
I'm just trying to think about this position with my knight on d4 is like, is there any value in trying to keep it there? It seems highly unstable on that square, right?
The what?
The knight on d4 seems really unstable.
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, so
But,
it's almost
e3
like
could be played, or bishop b2 or something. I think this knight f5 actually might be in the wrong direction, Jesse, right? Like, we're skirmishing instead of cleaning up our problems.
there. We got some big problems. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I want to skirmish so that I, have something to live for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people often make that mistake.
Yeah, they do. Okay. So D3 was played,
There you
and
go.
you were right. That's the intuition. He's going to try to
Yeah,
hold it together with his knight on D4.
just hold it. There's a question, can the pawns become strengths in the endgame? Basically, Skibix, to my mind, if these pawns could advance quite a bit, like if they could get to at least d4 and e4, then it's kind of double-edged, Then they're giving you space, as well as getting tagged a little bit. Here I'm thinking rook ed8, Jesse, preserving that rook. Again, I would have played rook e8 as Ding, and then maybe d3 or e3. So I think if the pawns advance enough, and the pressure becomes less and less, and they start to be holding minor pieces at bay, and they won't be too bad.
Yeah, let me echo what Bruce just said, that there's a bunch of basically, even if it's white's move here, black is still better. But rook ed8 is clever because we're going to say the rook on e4 is really poorly placed.
So bad, right?
And knight f5, we can always just play rook d7 if we need to
But what do we
further
need to?
dominate that.
I mean,
I don't want to even let him play knight e7.
No, I don't care. I played king h8 and you were worse, but I'll play knight b4 by now, right? Or c5.
Well, okay, but the point is knight f5 isn't really doing much.
No,
And
it's not.
but rook e8 is all about saying the rook on e4. Maybe, buddy, you should have taken on e8 because now my Mexican friend will tell you
Yeah.
that you don't want that position.
Honestly, I think the worst thing about white's position is the rook on e4. And I would play rook e8 in a heartbeat. And my working assumption is that Ding just played like a major mistake, honestly, by not trading it. That was my whole dream. That was the whole reason I played knight d4.
All right, I'll defend his honor. So,
Yeah.
you want rook e8.
Yeah. Well,
And
chat's pointing out knight e6.
knight e6 is a thing.
Before there was the knight on f5 when we played rook e8, huh?
Yeah.
Knight
So
e6.
actually, let's rule out knight. We don't want to allow knight e6
unless we have a tactico immediate. Okay, so let's just check that the rook has somewhere to go, right? After queen d7. It's got d6. Okay, that's fine. Trade it and you're good. And after knight e6, if I go queen b6 check, white has c5 and then time to take my rook. Okay.
I mean, honestly, David, that position, even there, I don't want to allow this trade. But yeah, the rook is still terrible. And a move like knight e5.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're going, buddy.
Yeah, so let's switch it out and let's try knight e5 for black.
That's a nasty position. I mean, by the way, we don't have to win the rook to be much better here.
No, we just want it to just always be a problem, right?
Yeah. Just, have fun.
Yeah.
And throwing in knight b4 and before knight e5 also looks very plausible.
Sorry, what looks plausible?
Instead of knight e5. Oh, okay, wait a second. You're saying knight e5 right now. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking.
Yeah.
Knight e5 also there. I was thinking, actually, David, that on rook e8, knight e6, bishop takes, rook takes knight e5 in that position.
Oh,
also,
hoping to eventually trap it, huh? Even though it's got e7 at the moment.
Right. Now, your knight e5 directly, of course, that's a candidate move. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that looks much cleaner, right, Jesse? Just knight e5 now. Just leave you with the
rook.
rook.
Say hello to my little friend. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, no. That's a nasty position.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got a lot of things going on. Now, the one thing about both queen c7 and then a move like knight e5 is they're great building moves, but they're not going to knock you out directly.
We're not approaching the knockout yet, but they are nice in the sense that it's held to be white here and your clock, can keep ticking.
Yeah.
MC, you were saying you trust in the bishops and you think that white is more or less equal. So do you really feel that even here if we play this simple knight e5 move and leave you with the rook, you still think white is okay here?
Okay.
Yeah, you do. Okay. Because, I mean, you almost never really have the bishop pair because the knight on a6 comes to either b4 or c5 and you just have to give the dark squared bishop for it, right? Aren't you just suffering with the weird rook on e4? The a2 pawn? We got so many people in chat saying it's equal, Jesse, that like either we're hallucinating or they've all checked the engine.
Definitely not equal.
Jesse doesn't even care if they've checked the engine. He's like, it just means you don't know how to run your engine. Knight b5 is an idea.
Yeah, I can tell you from Ding's body language, he doesn't think it's equal. The one of the things we're gonna have to see from Ding,
Yeah.
right, is there's been so many games where he's got into this time pressure and then found really good moves
Mm-hmm.
without that much time on the clock, and he's going to have to do that again. And 90, like a move
Yeah.
like 95 is like, oh no, my problems are like long term, friend, long term.
Yeah, I think he said about the game yesterday was that his position was maybe not quite as bad as he thought it was, and like he
Mm,
was talking about maybe updating his internal evaluation to just be a little more conservative and not get as upset and worried, right?
Well, I'll tell you, he's worried right now. He's worried right now. Yeah, he felt, by the way, it was interesting coming out of that opening where I was like, maybe he can survive this. He was like, I think, I mean, it's really hard for me to do the Dick voice. I think maybe I was lost. I can't do it that good. But really, I can't even speak that soft. I don't even know how you could do it. Okay. So we got a bunch of great moves. Rook ED8, knight B4, knight E5. Um, Even the boneheaded and simplistic rook AD8, you got to believe in black. So
Yeah.
it's a
MC
sad.
says rook b1 here stops knight b4. I don't see why I can't answer rook b1 with knight b4.
Yeah.
What's my problem? How did you stop knight b4?
But David, let me try to defend White's honor. Just maybe it'll help us understand the position. So you want to play, your instinct is 95, right?
That's my current instinct.
Okay. I will play rook B1 just because that's where the rook, I don't know, where else am I going to put it?
Sorry, I was reading chat for a second. Somebody said, I didn't check with the engine, but I guess white might equalize after 32 king h1. We're on move 19, you know? It's a good one. Okay, so
Does it really? Did somebody really say that, dude?
yeah. But he put it in
Wait.
quotes. He's making a joke, you know? He's
Oh,
like
I get it. I get it.
paraphrasing other people, right? With the like,
Yeah.
isn't it just equal after 32 king h1? I mean, I didn't check with the engine or anything. I'm just, thinking like, I'm just thinking. All right. So sorry. What did you want to play here after
So
95?
95, I just want to play rook b1 and see
Oh,
what dirty thing you would do to me.
that's what we had on the board. MC suggested that, and I said I would play knight b4. He had said rook b1 would stop knight b4, and then after I said I would play it anyway, he said, good point. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's say I take it because what else am I going to do? And you're going to play rook a2, I guess.
well, are you going to take twice? Have you
Yeah.
calculated c5 already?
Well, on c5, I have knight b5.
Yeah, because rook a2 is my default, but maybe c5. Let me think a second. c5, knight b5. Okay, let's say that's alive. I'll take on a2. Still very happy, by the way.
Now, black's definitely better, but us black, God, that other position we had a half a second ago, I liked better than this. Um,
You liked black's position better before?
well, instead of queen c7, we had all those other things going.
Gotcha,
Queen
gotcha.
b6
Yeah,
on
it
five was
felt a
okay.
little bit more before, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You want to rein in your evaluation a tick or two?
What am I at now? I
You
gotta
were at
go back.
minus 1.2.
1.2.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go down just a touch. I'll go back to negative 0.8.
Okay, that sounds about right to me. I've been on 0.7.
That other one, honestly, that was 1.5. That was danger zone, right? I mean, still danger zone, but still. All right.
The problem, John 87, with not trading the knight on b4 is that black's going to take your pawn on a2 if you just back off, right? And then the a pawn just starts motoring. So if you want to keep your bishop, I think you would have to defend the A pawn here. You'd have to pay us a tribute tempo here. Okay, so we're at bishop b4, a b4, rook b4, rook a2. What's now, Jesse? What do you cry here?
What do I cry here? I don't know, boss. I was just looking at this and I was like, maybe I could live through this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're next.
It's definitely better for black though. So I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have to do something nasty.
I mean, your next issue here is you're gonna have to avoid rook a1. So I think you have to play rook b1 yourself pretty soon here.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a nice position for black, and that is David's 95 move.
Yep, and it just got played by Gook.
There you go, buddy.
Yes.
Okay, so do we have...
Make him regret not trading on e8 when he had the chance.
Well, I think, okay, let me just try to express it, whether it's right or wrong, is that white wants to say, I got this glue in the center that I'm going to use as my defensive little hold. And so that's why I'm going to pretend that I can get away with this, which is really going to be calculation heavy. So, because it's easy for me to play a move like rook b1, but there's all kinds of garbage that I can throw at you. For example, here's one, David. Bishop g6, rook e3.
Are you playing rook b1 still?
Yeah, so just imagine rook b1,
right.
Bishop g6, rook e3. You got to calculate knight c4. And maybe you're going to live through that, like rook e8, queen b3. But, it's a little hot.
Why can't you take d takes c4?
Well, your rook would be a coconut.
Yeah, but you sacked a piece for this.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying that's something you have to look at. Okay. Yeah. And bishop g6, I don't have to take on c4. It's just kind of also a nice move.
Okay.
I'm looking at your coconuts.
I thought, white might have to worry about... I didn't realize you were going for something as violent as knight c4 already. I thought you were just going to play knight g4, rook e8, and tell white that you're coming to e3.
Simple chess. Yeah.
And I think white's reduced to bishop c1, honestly.
And let's say the obvious, whether you play rook b1 or not, the very basic idea of bishop g6 followed by a knight g4, it's just there.
Yeah.
Bishop h5 at some point might also be a hell of a drug, just, oh my God. Yeah, so this is very unpleasant.
Better than rook e3. Rook f4.
All right, I'm going back. I had a moment of doubt of maybe this isn't crushing. I'm going back to -1. Yeah, I'm moving around a little bit. I don't have any problem changing my mind.
Okay, I mean, you can play rook f4, but it doesn't change my feeling about the position, MC. Yeah, feels pleasant for black.
Oh, yeah, he's getting there. So we're now at a minute and a half a move.
Yeah, so Patrick says, if white has stabilized, couldn't he long-term be better because he's got the bishop pair in an open position? And, yeah, it's true. The position looks on the surface like white's bishop pair might be emerging as somewhat of a force. But I think, Patrick, that somehow just the presence of the f6 and c6 pawns really restrains this bishop pair in this game. And black has play on the D and E files against white's pawns. It's hard not to have some of those pawns under pressure. Plus, we've got an isolated pawn on a2 dragging us down a little bit. A little less pawn cover for the king. And a rook that's just still awkward to sort out. If you could put the rook on f1 and then push your center pawns, that could start to be good. But I still think white's a long way from equalizing, much less being better. Oh, Jesse, you put -0.1 now. Is that what you wanted?
Oh, did I screw it up?
It looks like very
Oh yeah,
small.
I screwed it
You
up.
wanted a little more than that still.
Mhm. -1.
-1. Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah. That was chat. The dojoers are overestimating black. I think white could take an edge with c5 and the knight maneuver to d6. Okay.
Holy moly.
So in the live position, white could potentially play c5, I think, tactically. We could check that
Well, okay, but
suggestion.
if he wants to do that, he should do knight f5 first because if c5 now, then I play bishop g6 and you don't get in.
So bishop g6 and the knight can't make it to f5. Okay.
Right.
So how should we try to do this?
So knight f5
Knight
first.
f5
But by the
first.
way, if you're going to do knight f5, you could have done it before.
Right.
You could have done it. You had a couple chances to do knight f5. And black's position is not declined in strength while this was going on.
Okay, so knight f5. We still have to reckon with bishop g6 there, right? That's got to be
Yeah,
calculated somewhat carefully.
oh yeah, it looks terrible. Bishop g6, there's rook a8. There's a lot of good moves there.
Okay.
Yeah. Rook a8 is the obvious one.
Mm-hmm.
I think actually you said something wise, David, that with knight f5, I was going, was my first instinct about knight d4. And as black, it's the first thing you definitely need to kind of be concerned with.
Mm-hmm.
But it's arguably just an adventure because your pieces aren't really ready
Yeah.
to do anything else besides having this little tickler of a knight.
Yeah, rook c1 and queen b3. There's just not like a coordination, right?
Yeah.
And there's always tactics against the king on g1, right? We would want to play 32
Mm-hmm.
king h1 exclam equalizing before we start playing knight f5, right? Just we have to get some more of our ducks in a row.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, this is not a good sign that Ding is tanking here, dude. He does not have this time. He does not have it, my friends.
it's not the end of the world yet.
Oh, it's bad.
It's a
It's
bit
real
bad, but he's made it out of this kind of situation both on the board and the clock a couple times already.
Well, and one of the things that we talked about yesterday, and then we had actually a sensei question at the dojo.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, use code WC24 to get a 20% discount.
Okay.
David won't say it because he's a communist. I love saying that. What was I saying? So, one of the things we talked about, and the sensei question was on about it too, is to have an eval bar that isn't just like the objective truth, but are more of a subjective feeling. So, for example, my -1 is really about my evaluation of the position. But if I add to that
Mm-hmm.
the time pressure, then it's got to go higher than that. It's a little bit hard for me to, jadoob it in that way mentally because I've never really done that before. But
Yeah.
definitely it's worth a couple clicks.
I think
when
Aaron
you
Wilson called this with a great move that I'd overlooked, Jesse. Knight f3, just trying to trade stuff.
Well, there's gonna be pain after knight f3, but
Yeah, that was crazy spinal tap yesterday. He really found all that grit inside himself.
Oh, knight f3 play, dude. Look at that.
Yeah.
That was
This
actually
is a good one.
similar to wasn't there a knight f3? There was like there was like the beginnings of the pawn storm.
Yeah.
And he had Gukesh had just played rook c8,
Yeah.
intending
I think I
d6.
overlooked it that day as well.
Yeah.
Or maybe like finally noticed it.
Ding and chill, baby. Ding and
This
chill.
move's not so bad. Not so bad at all.
Maybe with the computer eval, this was like one of the things they were thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, this is pretty good, right? Offloading some of his junk.
I think he missed knight f3, and I think we missed knight f3.
Okay, but it's not the end of the world. Black can still keep like a small edge, I think, with bishop g6, right?
Oh, we're gonna have more than one way, but to keep a
Oh, okay.
small edge. But
Okay, well, let me start with
but
bishop g6.
yeah.
That makes sense because now I only have to trade one piece instead of two, right?
Yeah, let's say the bishop g6 is the first critical question.
Yeah. I feel like you're going to f4.
So let's say the obvious, knight takes e5 looks poor due to bishop takes e4.
Yeah.
We don't see anything there.
I don't see it. No.
I don't see a different way to sack the exchange.
Nope.
So if you go a sad move like rook f4,
Yeah. Well, I can show you a worse move first. I think rook e3, knight g4.
that looks terrible, yeah.
We get the rook trade, which is like our dream, but then we're really discombobulated to deal with knight e3 and queen b6, etc.
One nice thing
So,
about the rook f4 thing is if I find nothing else, David, I'm just going to play knight d7 or f7 and say no trade for you.
oof. You're going to cut me off? Cut me off.
And then I'll say e-file's mine, buddy, and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And those central files are real nasty for white, real nasty.
Okay, speaking of central files, I got an idea here, Jesse. Rook A to D8 after rook F4. And idea is you go knight E5, I go FE5, you go rook F1, I go E4.
Good move, yeah. I like that a lot.
I didn't get my knight on A6 into the game.
We're gonna play knight b4 pretty
But
soon.
I am sort of trying to crank white with those rooks.
Yeah, and even in fact, David, this rook f4 thing is very problematic because you want to take on e5, but then you're going to get whacked with fe.
Okay. Well, what am I
So,
supposed to? Where am I supposed to go after bishop g6? The rook has, limited opportunities.
okay, I'm going to say something obvious. This knight f3 thing, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a nice idea, but after bishop g6, I'm not seeing it, dude.
Right. Haha, I dealt with knight f3 even if I didn't see it coming. Bishop g6, big simple.
And if I was white, I would really want to find a way to sack the exchange here to try to, survive somehow. But
Queen b3, I think we are fine. I'm attacking the rook.
Oh, okay. Let's go good.
I wanna check in on the player cams real quick, see what they're looking like. Gukesh looks grim, calculating, a little unsure, nowhere near making his move. Nowhere near.
Yeah, I'm gonna give myself a coffee, David. And you know what?
Yeah.
This is definitely unpleasant for a peasant. I can tell you that. Bishop g6. That's the move that's coming, and it's bad, dude. It's
Okay.
bad. I don't think knight f3. I didn't see it either, but I don't think it saves him at all.
All right. Goes for a coffee, and what do I get, man? What do I get? Knight b4 is going to be a pretty good move in many positions. Michael Saxton asks if rook h4 might be a little better. Just sort of out of the way of that pawn tempo on e5. Yeah, that might be a hair in the bucket better. I might try and throw in knight b4 this time. There's always a very strong thought that maybe we should just run away with black, right, to avoid trades. So let's just mention, like, maybe the knight should go to d7 or f7 or something like that, right? But, oh, that's what was happening, Robert. Thank you. They were talking about knight b4 for black and then queen b3 for white in one of these kind of situations. That makes sense. Rook d4 instead. Yeah, possible, but if black takes away this bishop d6 or rook d6 idea, then that rook is not going to be well placed there, right? So If I say c5, you're probably thinking rook d5 is okay. So let me just play knight b4 to break the communication with d6 and say that rook is still on a pretty bad square on d4 there, right? Now, for example, if you go knight e5, queen e5, it looks like you drop the e2 pawn. Maybe there's some scrambling for an attempted draw here with rook d7. But tactics should not work for white here. Knight e2, tempo on the rook with knight c3. All the arrows are wrong on chess.com now. But the idea is you move the rook, then this knight comes to c3 and e2. Has Gukesh played bishop g6? No! Oh! How could we have been so wrong? Knight d7. Rook on d4. Yeah, what? Why is this rook allowed to live like this? Knight d7. Were we missing something clear with bishop g6? Don't tell me if your engine told you. If your engine didn't tell you, of course, please tell me your thoughts. Like, what did white have after bishop g6? Kamikura, if you successfully turn off the default of the engine being on chess.com, then you can replay the game from the start. So if you go to the board on like move 1 or whatever, go into your settings, which normally start with a little gear wheel kind of thing, and manage to turn off all eval bars and blah blah blahs, then it's possible. Like, I'm watching all of this on chess.com without the eval. Bishop g6 seemed incredible. Okay, so we get knight f3, knight d7. So white should again be able to trade the worst factor in their position, the rook on e4. And then, black's advantage would be like a slight advantage, I think. Because it'll be based on like a little bit of pressure on e2, a little bit of, the a2 pawn being weak or something like that. All right. Ding offloads the rook on the second opportunity. Now he's a little bit less crushed. Good call, Francois. So, yeah, I think, so thinking about this rook d4 move. I thought after knight b4, the rook was badly placed on d4 still. Black's got the idea of either c5 or queen b6 coming. And, I still love black, basically. Simple enough. Yeah. Really confusing. So white offloads the rooks. And for me, I'm going to adjust my eval even without calculating what's going on in the current position. For me, that rook was like at least half of white's problem. So I'm going to go from minus 0.7 to minus 0.3 and maybe like fine tune that once we analyze a little bit the new situation.
Knight d7, dude. Did we have a problem with bishop g6, David?
Not that we or anyone in the chat could get at. So now, I'm going from minus 0.7 to minus 0.3, and then we have to calculate some moves. But basically, I thought the rook was more than half of white's problem. And, of course, there are a lot of supporters of white in the chat saying, why is white even worse, period, once this rook trades? Yeah, I might soon move to 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, something like that. We'll see.
Well, Gukesh did have an idea, my friend, and it is b5.
What the hell is that?
That's a hell of a move, all right.
It looks terrible.
Well, he has some kind of idea.
Okay. He better have a hell of an idea, because if white takes twice on b5, that looks amazing for white.
Yeah. Okay, so let's consider. It wouldn't have crossed my mind. I have to admit that first. So
Yeah.
take, I assume CB. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do.
Right? I mean, there's bishop a2, pawn takes knight.
That's no good.
That's no good, right?
Okay, so rook takes.
Oh,
What
MC
is
says
my...
maybe he'd play queen b6 check, Jesse, before recapturing.
Mm. Oh, that might be clever.
Queen b6. We
This
could
B5 might be a hell of a move, boss.
we could
It
play
might be a
d4
hell of a
or king
move.
h1, right?
Oh, that's a good position, though, because then I play CB. You have to defend A2. I'm going to play B4. I'm going to stuff your bishop. Dang,
And
B5.
get a queenside pawn majority?
He played it quickly, too. So he, like, when he played knight D7, he knew exactamundo
Yeah.
that this was coming.
This move could have been a surprise. Let me see if Ding saw it coming.
Let's go look at him. And one of the weird things about it, too, is um,
What is going
it's dependent on white playing rook C1.
on? Mm-hmm.
No, not true. Not true, actually. Not true. You could still do it even with the rook on C1.
He could have maybe been planning it. He plays that b5 move just so calm, like it's nothing. I'd be like, bet you didn't see this.
That's a
What
nice
the
move.
hell?
That's a really nice move. Because you think about it, the bishop on F7 needs scope. We want to talk to the business over there. We want to shove the bishop to death on B4.
Ding looks a little bit
That's a nice
tired. Like, man, another piece of tension that I didn't,
Uh-huh.
that I didn't have prepared. It's like, oh man.
I'm gonna watch it now. I'm watching. I scrolled back a little bit to watch this B5 momentito.
Look, this Gukesh guy, he is like sick, right? Like his creativity, his like seeing everything kind of, man.
The cameraman didn't understand the moment because
No. Yeah.
took his eyes away from Ding.
Yeah, we didn't get the full reaction.
Oh, now I'm getting it. Now I'm getting it. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Chihuahua.
Oh, head rub. He's not looking up
Chihuahua.
at the opponent yet. That's his normal thing. He likes to look at you.
So what happens on knight d4, suggested by many in chat, and then queen b6? Lining up the knight with its monarch.
Well, we also have to say that on knight d4, a very basic move we can do is b4.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I
B4.
mean, queen b6 might beat the drug too, but b4 and black is doing fine.
B4, bishop b2.
And then like knight e5.
And then knight e5, knight f3. Okay, it's nothing impressive, I'm just sticking around in the game, just sticking around.
Oh, he finally looked up his opponent. He finally looked up. He's nervous, dude. He's bugging out a little bit. And we are, my friends, we are almost at a minute a move. It's going to have to start coming faster for Ding. And it's not pleasant. Okay, so David.
Yeah.
Fascinating. B5 played pretty quickly. I think actually one of the things to say is that when he did his whole for a while, it's one of those ideas that's probably been cooking in his head.
Right.
And maybe, I think maybe I could have thought of it just because my bishop on F7 really wants to get some freedom. So in that way, maybe a chump GM could think about B5.
It was so far from my mind, Jesse. So far from my mind.
Well, one of the reasons it was far from my mind is I felt like you that we should be persecuting that rook, the rook on E4. So this whole thing, I was like, I don't know. I came back from my coffee. I was really disappointed he didn't play bishop G6, and I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think knight D4 maybe. What are you going to do on queen B6 though?
Tiger Cubby, the simplest explanation of B5 is that black is trying to establish a pawn majority on the queen side. right? Whether white trades on b5 or lets the pawn advance, black's going to have the b pawn on b7 was kind of a backward pawn at the moment on this file. White was maybe even going to pressure it at some point with queen b3 or something, you know? And if he's able to gain space with that pawn and bring it as far as b4, then at some point he can make a pass pawn on the queen side, basically. So you can grab space and then even make a pass pawn with the 2 pawns against white's a2 pawn. That's a pawn majority. If chess.com will let me highlight a square. You know, I can't say it's like crushing or not, but that's like the most basic idea. Pawn majority, and pass pawn eventually.
Well, also freeing your bishop on f7. Get out of the way, buddy. Get out of the way. Let me loose. Let me loose.
What does knight d2 look like? Knight d2 looks like a passive move, Cleva her.
Looks like a passive move.
So, yeah, Jesse's laughing at my comment, not the suggestion, you know. But like, knight d2 is, you know, a reasonable thought. But I wouldn't, personally, if I were playing a game, I wouldn't even calculate knight d2. I would expect my opponent is going to play something more active than that, and I wouldn't really be worried about it.
No, and in terms of just, there's going to be a variety of ways. There's a variety of ways for white to passively defend the position.
And then here's your line. You go here, here, here. I think all your moves for black look good up to this point. And then it might be logical for black to put the queen on e3. Going after the e2 pawn, maybe. Something like this. You know, and I think you're doing pretty good for black with your line. So, yeah, I think...
David, I got a technical question I want to address. Okay, so my question is knight d4 playable or not?
Okay, yeah, sure. We could look at that a bit. So somebody in chat saying this is no longer savable, too much time pressure. I disagree. Ding has threaded many a tricky situation with fairly low time. He's still got a minute a move. He's been in time pressure this desperate and still played. And I don't think the game is objectively lost. I think it's just complicated, basically.
I mean, he played c takes, which is definitely the acknowledgement that the milk has gone bad. So now queen b6 check and cb and then b4, and it's a bad news.
But it's not dead yet either, right? It's just a pawn majority. White's still got the bishop pair and like nothing's hanging.
No, remember we had knight d2 in the chat. What I liked about knight d2 is we didn't free the bishop on f7. Yeah. That is a very angry bishop.
Yeah, I am worried about what are we doing about a2. I agree. That's maybe the biggest concern right now.
And then what I'm seeing is like
king f1.
No, king f1 makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. The king needs to fight.
It's not trivial though, man.
No, king f1 for sure. Oof. If you're going to play this way.
Oh God.
And now CB, and it's bad.
Spinal Tap says it's not bad as bad as yesterday. Yeah, yesterday it looked like 1 or 2 moves from terminal. And
this
it was like
this one looks pretty.
Gukesh had the bishop pair in hand, the better end game, the better pass pawn, and all that. But wow, I've been surprised by a couple moves this game, Jesse.
But you're surprised by king f1?
I was even surprised by king f1. It's just scary. If a black knight came to g4, you would resign.
Yeah, but he's got bigger problems than that, dude. Look at this. All your pieces are terrible. At least the king on f1 guards e2. And I'm about to stuff your bishop with b4. The pawns are rolling. All of my pieces are better than yours. Yeah, boss. No, this is like whether the king's on f1 or h1, it don't matter too much because the coconuts are coming downtown.
No, and it's true. If the king were on h1, you'd have to worry about queen f2 as well, right? And sort of just like a collapse of your e-pawn, queen e3 or queen f2. Right, so bishop gets out of the way of b4. Question number 1. How do we feel about bishop takes a2? I mean, that looks like -1.
I'm going to go -1.5.
If that pawn's completely free, it's got to be more than -1. So bishop takes. There's maybe this move, bishop d4. Somebody was saying earlier in chat, like, even if they lose a pawn, they're bringing the bishop to d4. And whoever it was on the same wavelength as Ding. I think it was MC. Bishop d4, it covers all those weak squares. It's not bad, but it is a pawn. I mean,
but how do you keep the pawn? Maybe bishop d4. Maybe this is very clever.
Mm-hmm. And look, he played it pretty fast, right?
Well, he's got it now. He's got to start playing fast. So, right, bishop a2, bishop d4. Where does your queen go?
So she doesn't want to allow rook takes b5, right? Equalizing the pawns. Maybe the queen shouldn't go. Knight c5.
Maybe, yeah, let's go knight a c5.
Knight A? Sure, whichever you want. I didn't have a good square for her, so I'll just play this for now. And my plan is to play b4 and just bully white on the queen side now, right? Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if
that's
I'm
an
worried
extra
about...
pawn. Come on.
Okay, so rook c1. I mean, it's looking like it might be forced to. So bishop d4, knight a c5, rook c1.
Is there anything I need to worry about, or can I just push them? Should I be careful, or should I push?
Well, David, let's just say the obvious. If you wanted to, you could just play queen d6, and what's going on? Nothing's going on. Right? There's nothing. I'm not doing anything. I got no compensation.
My instinct is to retreat this bishop to e6 before pushing.
But David, let's just say the obvious. There's nothing. White is lost.
Has lost. You play queen d6. White goes bishop c5, knight c5, queen c2, attacking two of your minor pieces.
Okay, Kraai, take it easy. Okay, not queen d6.
All right, so back to my instinct. Bishop e6. All right. I chose this square. I know we normally tuck on f7. I chose this square, so if I put a rook on c8 at some point, it'll be defended. I also avoid bishop h3 and some kind of tangle on my knights. And now there is queen c2.
By the way, David, maybe it's therefore more clever to play knight dc5 if you go this way.
Okay, that was my original move.
Right, so bishop d4, knight dc5, rook c1, and then bishop e6. And then you're going to play rook c8 next, and you're going to push him, baby.
Exactly. I thought the knight on d7 was just weird. The pawn on a2 has been picked, Jesse, and I'm increasing my evaluation to -1.2 because
he's gone bishop e4.
He's got the pawn, and he's just got a long-term, like he's got a queen, right? Like white needs to come up with something amazing now, not just like defend and hold it together. White needs to do something amazing. All right, chat is again saying a great game by Gukesh after earlier comments about most everyone thought it was equal. So bishop b2 was just a blunder. I don't know. It was okay. How should he have defended the pawn on a2? Should we revisit that for a second, Jesse? If he hadn't gone bishop b2,
I think the problem for me is if white has to play cb5 on move 23, then it's a sign that really it's gone bad. And I was thinking some kind of move just to hold it together.
Right.
There was the question of knight d4. That might lose tactically, but that would be a way to try. Right. There was chat suggestion of knight d2. I like knight d2 better than what happened because once we let the bishop on f7 loose, boy, oh, buddy, we're getting rolled.
Right. I mean, yeah, the pawn's just being picked, right? That turned from a majority into two connected passers in a hurry.
Yeah. And then our pawns, like, they are supported by our minors, and white's minors are still talking to themselves over there.
Okay, I just want to look for 1 second if white could have defended this pawn here. Like queen d2, obvious move. Why not go for that?
Well, b4, you're going to get stuffed.
b4, bishop is attacked. If it goes to d2, there's again bishop takes a2.
Mm-hmm.
So it could go to c1 to try and keep defending.
Actually, wait, Dave, bishop b2. I'm not sure I'm taking it immediately. Because, okay, queen d2, b4, bishop. Yeah, I know. I'm just taking
I
it
mean,
immediately.
you gotta take it when the taking's good. That's an
But
important
then
pound.
yeah. No, it's just completely toast. Completely toast, yeah.
You're giving b5 as a puzzle to your stronger students. You must have some strong students, dog, because I wouldn't get it.
You
Okay,
might. I mean, it's positional. They were opening the bishop, but yeah, it's a
okay.
great, beautiful thing.
So here's a thought against bishop c1. Queen e6, bullying the a pawn.
Oh, this is on your queen d2 line.
Yeah. And then I would play a3 for white, and I'm not down a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lost position. We all know it. He is trying to
It's a
get
tough
something
position.
going here.
It's a tough position.
Bishop d4. And yeah, so.
Okay. I mean, I've seen a little bit what I needed to see there. So back to the game. Bishop d4 played. Gukesh is calculating.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just which knight goes to c5, right?
Yeah, I think the knight dc5 makes more sense, but I'm guessing that knight ac5 is also winning.
It's probably pretty good, yeah. I think 1.2 doesn't even do it justice, Jesse.
Well, boss, I've had it at 1.5 for a while.
Yeah.
I've had it at 1.5. We had the yeah, so there was the question of whether he should have allowed this rook e8, and but after CB, it's like, well, that ain't it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not it.
Yeah. I mean, overall, Jesse, this feels like it was quite a thorough game so far from Gukesh's side. I mean, to just grab the direction of the game with black from move, 7 or so with that f6 idea and just take over the center and start bossing the dude around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there are inaccuracies in it like every other game.
Yeah.
But he really came to like play today. I mean, we have not seen black just take over a game like this since Ding's French in the first round. And that was with some really poor play by Gukesh. Here, Ding, I mean, we never really saw what he should be doing the whole game. Musical Neptunian with a Korean joke here. White could declare martial law as a last desperado in this position here. Yeah, before you walk into a pin with like knight c5, if you've got 40 minutes on a clock, you do some calculationing. Surely.
I'm gonna go what the moves when I'm looking back on it, David.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the series of rook c1, knight e1, f4 were just incorrectamundo. And there would have been a variety. There are a variety of different ways to play that position where you don't have to lose all of your coconuts.
Yeah. I think Tiger Cubby, one of the things about the game is it's hard to pinpoint what the blunder was by Ding. Me personally, my choice would have not been to give the A-pawn. So I would have grovelly defended it, but Jesse thinks that position was lost anyway.
Bishop on c1, buddy. What are you doing?
I also really didn't like cb5, just like Jesse, and that might be more critical than whether or not we defend the a-pawn after opening it up to the bishop on f7.
Mm-hmm.
So after black played b5, I mean, there's any number of moves we could play other than cb5, and honestly, almost all of them seem preferable to me. Like king h1, knight d4, knight d2, queen c2, almost everything seems preferable. Also, if b5 was a strong move, which so far it seems like it was, then probably rook b1 on the previous move was a pretty big mistake. So if you played rook b1 and you didn't see b5 coming and b5 was a good move, like, we should have done something other than rook b1, because now the rook's not well placed on b1 and our c-pawn is not as well protected. So if b5 is strong, which it seems to be, then rook b1 was a mistake. which says that not only we overlooked b5, Jesse, but that Ding did as well, despite being, focused and in the heat of battle.
Okay, we have knight AC5 on the board, which is a little surprising to us, but we did feel that both of those moves would be winning.
Yeah.
And now we're going to guess rook C1.
Okay. Patricio's got a puzzle for us. Queen b7, knight h4, bishop d5 is a fun puzzle. It looks like a cross-pin situation. Let's try queen b3 for white. Bishop can't take on g2 now. Bishop takes on b3. Bishop takes b7. Knight ac5. Looks like black's winning the endgame still after queen b3. Let me see if it's something else. Bishop d5.
We got rook c1 on the board.
I don't know.
David, I like knight dc5 better. I just want to put it out there.
Yeah. I know. Me
But
too.
maybe bishop e6, it's all going to be the same.
Yeah. I feel like in Gukesh, we should perhaps trust in this situation. And I mean, to me, the move is bishop e6. I don't know if there's more going on than that. There was rook b3. Oh, wow. Nice, Gabriel. Yeah, I see what you mean. This little tactical sequence from chat is just funny. So it was knight h4, bishop d5, queen b3, takes. Knight c5 seeming to win and hold everything together. Rook takes b3. And white has definitely saved the game at a minimum. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so live position, rook c1, Gukesh thinking, I don't really see a candidate other than bishop e6. To me, this is very precarious, this situation for black here. White has the threat of queen c2 and an idea of bishop h3, which both worry me. I know earlier somebody in chat said black had to move bishop b3 in this position. So maybe that's another thing he's thinking about, Jesse?
Also, maybe just b4, queen c2, b3.
b4, queen c2, b3, with the idea of bishop c5, knight c5, queen c5, rook c5, b2.
Yeah.
But in general, when you play b3, I become slightly worried.
Yeah, I do too.
Queen b2 and you just can't get your bishop out.
Right. So,
I would be very worried about that, and I can never calculate far enough ahead to know if I can queen the pawn or lose my bishop.
Yeah, but they do say that passed pawns should be pushed, so maybe that's just one of the things he's thinking about. But also, if we're going to play b4, then it still feels that knight dc5 would be the better way to go.
Right, because then you'd have a knight coming to b4 maybe at some point. All right, Spinal Tap saying, if we go bishop e6 and he goes queen c2,
yeah,
and we go rook c8, he's going to back up his pointy guy, bishop f2, and he wants to see us squirm/untangle.
Yeah, it would be real nice if our knight were on a6.
Real nice. So, one not thrilling option there is rook c7. The tapping dude is threatening us with d4 and then queen c8.
That's fine.
You think we just have to play rook c7?
That looks reasonable, yeah.
Now, if and only if d4, we've got knight a6. But if white doesn't do anything else, we're going to go b4, b3 to try and distract the pieces that are tangling us up. And I don't see another threat other than d4, but...
David, maybe instead of bishop f2, if we're going to try this trick, he can play bishop e3.
Okay. I try the same thing, and then what?
I was thinking maybe bishop f4 could be annoying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That looks annoying, right?
Looks very annoying.
Now, maybe Gukesh maybe has some regret.
Luckily, Jesse, I've got a hell of a drug for you in this position. Hell of a drug.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I see it.
You see it, right?
Yeah.
Boom! I hang everything. Oh, man. Good eyes, Coffee Cat. Knight d3 is less clear, chat, I think, because of queen d3. And then, unfortunately, the bishop, the pointy dude, is covering c1 as well. But I think the knight e4 move is just the end of the comedy.
The pointy dude.
Oof. He's thinking a while. Okay, let's look at this alternative bishop b3, right?
I want to say some obvious. This wasn't the point to think because we knew rook c1 was coming.
Yeah.
So, I think that bishop d4 was the point to think.
Should have worried about which knight went to c5 last move. No, I think he thought on both moves. Good job, Asher. You got those young eyes. Yeah, this has a note boom feeling once black went for the queenside majority. Big time, Uber Hodler. I agree.
Except that white doesn't have his pawns way up in our face.
Right. The difference between this and the note boom is in the note boom, white would have a protected pass pawn on c5. Right? And then like a pawn on d4. All right. Gook did something. And he played this bishop b3 move that you refused to analyze with me. Okay. All right. Let's see what it's about. So, first of all, queen b3 check being fancy is really not looking good because there's knight c1. Okay.
Okay.
So the queen's got to go basically, right? I mean, you could play bishop c5, knight c5 technically, but you don't want to do that.
No.
Then black's got a free hand. So queen d2, and now if you play b4, how does white ramp up the pressure on your knight?
Bishop b3 played.
Bishop b3 played, and queen e1 has been played. So the queen heads to f2 since the bishop can't.
Now, one tricky question we have after queen e1 is, can we get away with knight d3?
Jeez Louise, what the hell? Knight d3.
Now, I'm concerned, by the way, that maybe white could play queen d2.
Thanks for asking, Jesse. This is an important question.
Or even queen c3, actually. Maybe queen c3 is better.
Queen c3 attacks everybody.
So maybe this doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay, so queen e1. I was looking at it before he played it, and I was like, maybe knight d3 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say the obvious. Queen e1 dreams of playing queen f2 with a strengthening.
Yeah. Or in some case, maybe queen c3.
Or in some case, queen c3, right?
So...
But we got to say, remember in the earlier variations with the queen on c2? Yeah. He's just going to f2, and it's still just touching the knight once. So, like, from black's perspective, if I play, like, b4, queen f2, rook c8, we still got to say, what are you doing to me, Baus? Okay. What are you doing to me, Baus?
Let's try bishop h3.
Okay, that could be annoying. All right, but I want to do it better than that, though. So queen e1, let's see. Let's try to, because b4 is just like a waiting move. I'm sitting.
Okay.
So bishop e6 is a thought. Bishop d5 is a thought.
Mm-hmm.
It is true that I can't, it's not super easy to get out of the pin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why are we not just queen d6ing, asks Asher. I think because of the trade and then queen c3.
Well, and also just the a pawn's hanging.
Okay, and also just the a pawn. That would be unfortunate. Well, against the a pawn hanging, there might be knight d3. And the king's wide open. That looks strong. But queen c3. And if the knight moves, we take the bish.
Okay, in any case. And
now, you're just done, right? You're dropping a piece. Dropping a whole piece. So that's why there's no queen d6ing. See if Gukesh has a look of somebody who blundered or somebody who's okay. Oh, he's working hard. Aye. He's got his face really well hidden. And the thing is, Jesse, that Ding looks cozy.
He's definitely not cozy.
I saw him for a moment and he looked cozy. Now he's running to the bathroom, though.
Yeah, he's running to the bathroom.
Now's the time to sneak in a move if you've got something, Gukesh.
Okay, so let's do the analogous variation to last time. So we'll go bishop e6. And then what do you want, bud?
Did I say have went about something, Coffee? Okay, so what are you playing, Jesse?
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6, queen f2.
Also queen c3 is a thought, but okay. Queen f2, rook c8.
Yeah. Yeah, what's the big problem here? Thanks, Yuliano. Enrique, thank you very much for appreciating us. Having a good time here.
Okay, wait. Let's keep this variation going. Rook c8, knight d2. And I gotta be a little careful here.
Mm-hmm. Aye.
I think I still play rook c7, the famous rook c7.
Don't you have like knight e4 or something coming?
I'm gonna play knight takes e4.
Aye. This is hot. This is like hard to. Okay. Yeah, rook c7 looks good. Knight b3 doesn't work because the bishop's on that square, among other possible problems. This looks very scary from black. I should have went bishop d6. Okay. Yeah, should have gone is definitely correct.
Yeah, he's right to be careful here because it's a little scary. The nice thing is the bishop on G2 doesn't help break the pin down in any way.
Right. Can't do anything at the moment. A whole piece that can't finish him off. I don't know about drawing 2 winning positions, Ajit. This really looks, at the moment, like he's threatened with losing a piece and losing the winning position, or he gets out of it and wins. You know, at the moment, there's not any particular drawing themes. He's played a move, which was bishop e6.
All right, we called that.
Yeah, so that much makes sense.
And white has a choice here between queen f2 and queen c3.
Ding made it back to the board before he played the move.
Queen f2, there we go. Rook c8 played. Good. So the only piece that can intensify on c5 is the knight on f3. So if I'm black, I think knight d2 is the only real concern I have.
Okay, so bishop e3 played. We have to rook c8. He played bishop e3 already, Jesse, not the knight d2 we'd been talking about.
Right, okay.
Okay, it does cover the rook, which reduces some of the like knight d3 and knight e4 tricks once we play rook c7. But does it give him time to move the queen? No, because there's this d4 threat. Man, if he'd put the knight on a6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e3. Okay, it opens up the move knight d4, apparently, hitting e6 and b5 and just more and more tensione. To defend against the move d4, he needs to move his rook to somewhere like c7.
So, and then c7, we still have the bishop f4 question.
So maybe then there's knight d3? No, there's not, huh? Bishop f4, knight d3. White just takes that knight, and everything's defended. Rook says, MC says knight d3 is a double exclam. What am I missing? Sensei eval should maybe be that he's like lost. I don't know. Bishop e3. I mean, it's definitely a mess, Jesse. I'm just gonna like put it to 0 for a second to show the general like unclarity and confusion of this. But he might be like completely lost for all I know. And he might also be winning still. I don't know. Rook c7, bishop f4 looks fine for Ding. What?
We got a move? Oh, no, we don't have a move.
No, I don't think we're going to get a move. He's going to like go down to like 5 minutes or something. There's always the option to sack the piece to get the pawns rolling. That is true.
David, I think, first of all, you're losing your mind a little bit.
Okay.
Like, so
help me not do so.
If you're terrified, rook c7. If you're terrified of bishop f4, you can always play knight e5. You're not going to lose that position.
Knight e5, d4, knight e4. Okay.
But I want better than that for black, of course.
You want better than that? That looks pretty good. Your knight e5 move looks pretty good. That's a pretty good move.
We were talking about how this game could end in a draw, and one way would be rook c7, bishop f4, rook c8, bishop e3, rook
for
c7.
Sure. Yeah, that's one way. But yeah, knight e5 is really nice. And I think MC White would take on e5 with the bishop, not the knight, if they took. Because if they take with the knight, then pawn takes, bishop takes. Yeah, the rook's undefended, right? So there's knight d3. I think white would go bishop e5, fe5, knight e5, covering d3 and f7.
And I just want to say the obvious thing. There's a variety of ways we could potentially lose the piece and then still be winning by pushing our coconuts.
Yeah.
Because we got some powerful coconuts, my friend.
So here, after knight e5, we would play b4. And now I think white can't land a tactic on black before that pawn is like getting to b2. And then the promotion tactics are going to be more important than the pinning tactics. So okay. So knight e5. Knight e5, Jesse, also threatens knight takes d3, I think.
Perhaps, yeah.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't, because the bishop's still on c1. So white could like take with the queen, and there isn't the back rank mate yet. Okay. So it just threatens b4. I mean, that's all it does. He's just trying to survive until his b pawn can save him. Ay. Okay, bishop e3, rook c7. What other moves for white? There's knight d4, right?
That thing always has to make it so hard, boss. It's always making it so hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gukesh is not fully in control, huh?
Dude, this knight AC5 played instantly. Oh my God, dude. It's so if you just switch it around, you see, oh, he's completely fine if if the knight were on A6, the D7 knight were on A6.
Okay, Spinal Tap says that here, if we move our bishop out of the way, he plays knight c6, and he's winning stuff.
Okay, rook c7 played.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's recap. We are saying that on d4, knight e4 is great for us. We are saying that knight d4 doesn't do much and that bishop f4 is the scary thing for us.
No, I think knight d4 is a move, and it's been played
okay,
already.
Knight, he played it instantly. So so bishop f4, he wasn't convinced. Now, does knight d4?
It threatens knight takes e6.
Knight takes e6 is in fact a threat, so we can't just poop around. Right. No poop.
Yeah, no poop, please.
Knight d4 might be kind of clever.
What if we move the knight back to a6?
I have sympathy with that move. I didn't. So you're saying, David, that you think bishop f4, knight e5 was good for black?
Oh yeah, yeah, like powerfully good for black.
Because this knight a6, I don't know why we're not winning.
Okay.
I mean, white needs a trick after knight a6.
All right, he plays knight c6 again. This is Spinal Tap defending Ding's honor. Spinal Tap rooting for Ding as well, by the way.
Okay, that's annoying. Yeah, that's annoying. Jesse, you missed that, buddy.
Oh, the queen's got nowhere to go.
Oh, it's a good move, Spinal Tap.
Okay. We're all out of runway.
Oh, that's a bad news that knight a6 doesn't work.
And I'll tell you, earlier I calculated this move knight takes d3 here. And on pawn takes d3, queen d4. If you take the queen, you lose. But you can take the rook and you win. It's a funny thing.
Oh, Gukesh, buddy, this knight ac5 is killing me.
Yeah. Brutal. brutal. Okay, what if he moves his queen here so that he can recapture on e6 with the knight?
Where are you going to put the queen?
Like queen b8 or a6.
I mean, queen b8, knight c6 looks horrendous.
Yeah, that's similarly bad as before, yep. And queen a6, you probably still play knight c6 would be my guess. Let me see if that's true.
I mean, queen a6 looks so nasty. Then
Yeah.
then your knight's pinned, and oh my gosh.
Yeah, if the knight moves, knight e7 is winning. Uh-oh. He looks pretty dead, Jesse.
Oh my God.
My eval bar, Matt, I just moved from 0 to +1. Jesse's still on minus 1.5, which is hard to believe when we can't find a single move for black.
Okay, knock me out on bishop f7.
Okay, bishop f7. Spinal Tap was going knight c6.
All right, I'll play rook takes.
Rook takes. I guess the idea is bishop takes probably, right?
All right, queen takes.
Queen takes. Now he's probably taking on c5.
Mm-hmm.
Be my instinct.
Oh, and now I have to make some claim about queen h1 and then pushing the pawns.
Mm-hmm. Or you could just sigh and
or
give
maybe
up.
or no, actually I'll play b4 directly. That's my move.
Mm-hmm. I guess king g1.
You gotta do something like b3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
bishop
I have
a3.
to change. I unfortunately really have to change this eval.
Yeah.
David's gone. I'm going to put it at 0 for a second because it's just so unfathomable that Black could have done this to himself. Okay, let's look at the body language over here.
I know what you're going to see.
He's not bugging out or anything.
He doesn't bug out, but the person whose body language you can read is ding if they show him to you. And he's going to be chill.
They can chill, dude. They can chill.
Like you've never seen before. What was Gukesh's mistake here? Wrong knight to c5. That's what we think, Coffee Acorn. Man, he's really like blowing some moves, Jesse. In good positions, he's really blowing some moves.
Uh-oh. He now had a look of, he's just looking down in a little bit of despair here. As much as he doesn't show much emotion, but I think there's a little bit of emotion going on here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's not doing his thinking pose. This is the looking down and being like, what have I done pose.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, buddy. He's about to be, oh no.
Here,
I can imagine crying, dude, if I was 18. You know, I don't cry anymore, but you know, when you're still a kid.
Did you ever cry during or after a chess game?
I mean, I don't know about physical tears, but definitely, you know, the tears of sadness. I mean,
well, sure, we've all been sad, but I thought you were actually talking about tears now.
I'm thinking about it. Oh man. But you know, that look in his eyes right now, you're not actually crying, but it's crying. The tears are flowing inside. They're kind of worse than physical tears, you know, because they're tears that won't even come out.
If you say so. Ay. This is brutal. This is just brutal. Knight d4.
Man.
And dude's just broken.
Oh.
I think he's lost. I do. I don't see anything that's like any kind of a game. Even that position you got with the two pawns, it looked just mopped up by the dark squared bishop blockading.
Oh, wait a second. I have an idea. Oh, David, hold on.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that knight e6 right now doesn't actually crush all of my coconuts in the way you think it does. Because on knight e6, I can play knight takes e6 and say, welcome to the dojo.
Oh, yeah. He's just played bishop f7, by the way, which was our main line into knight c6.
Yeah.
He couldn't play queen d6 here, I think, because of probably knight b5 or something, right?
Yeah. So now our move was knight c6.
Yeah, it's been played instantly.
Oh, dude. Oh, no, man. Now we're down in time. Oh, boss. Oh, boss.
Okay, here's one thing we haven't tried yet, Jesse. What about b4? Oh,
Okay,
he's played rook c6 quickly.
He took rook c6, yeah. So he's going down my little variazione here.
Yeah. Oh, this one's not good. Maybe he could have just played b4.
Well, at least I guessed it. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, let's go and move back. Instead of bishop f7, let's just play b4. That's all we got, b4.
We could have, but don't give up yet, David. Don't give up yet. This is not...
So Jesse points out knight e6, knight e6 is winning for black.
Yeah. Okay, as the last couple of games, we get a series of forcing moves, and now we're closer to 40. And the imminent time danger that we sensed ages ago is again not sitting on Ding's face.
Right. No, I feel like I've been telling people this like 3, 4, 5 rounds in a row. They're like, oh, he's just doesn't have enough time. There's no way he can play this. And like, 3, 4 games in a row. It's like, no. He can do it. He doesn't even need 1 second to play knight c6, this guy, right? Like, he's really good. Once things become clear, it's all simple. He's only tanking 30, 40 minutes when he's looking 20 moves ahead.
Okay, David, I just want to stress, okay, that it's not as over as you're making it to be.
Okay. You're down in exchange.
Yeah, and I got some things running.
And there's opposite colored bishops to stop the running.
Okay, all right, let me try to defend his honor, okay? So b4, and you played king g1. You can change your mind, whatever you want to do.
Sure, yeah, I played king g1 before.
All right, I'm going to try a4.
That's better. Last time you played b3, bishop a3, and I was done with you.
You might still be done with me, but I'm trying to make it work.
Okay. He's played h6, by the way, but we'll keep.
Oh no, let's stay on the game. So h6.
Okay.
Right, and he's saying maybe I can. This is a totally valid move, h6. Okay, so what is my eval here? I'm gonna just say 0.5. That's what my eval is. David's out. Are you still at 1.8 after this? It's not going to be the rook. Yeah, the rook, dude, it's obviously a grand piece and everything.
King e1 played, heading towards the pawns.
King e1 played.
Yeah.
Quickly, too.
Yeah. My evaluation, Jesse, reflects my belief that ultimately it's completely winning.
King e1 might be a really good move, and the other thing we just say about it is that white is confidently playing on the dark squares.
Yeah.
And so that king going d2 might seem loose, but he's on a dark square, and it's really hard to actually get at white's dark squares.
King e1 does not have a lot of pieces, And tomorrow, when they're in a similar time situation, folks, remind people that, look how fast Ding can play. He's got 5 or 6 more minutes than he needed, maybe 8 more minutes than he needed.
Okay, I still think it's not completely lost, David, especially from a
Okay.
practical perspective. Because later my knight's going to go to e5. Like if king d2, I have queen a4. It's not over yet.
I think at some point Gukesh should trade his knight for this bishop.
I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like my knight. If I'm worried about it, it's like maybe like mm, king d2, queen a4, bishop d4, and there the claim would be that your knight isn't getting out.
So you're saying king d2,
Queen
queen
a4,
queen a4,
bishop d4.
bishop d4.
I'm worried though that if I exchange,
Mm-hmm.
that I might be able to exchange. Okay, I might be able to exchange, especially if
Yeah.
on I think it's kind of yeah, this is a precise moment for Ding, honestly, because King D2 is
Mm-hmm.
the logical move to protect the rook,
Yeah.
but then it could come under attack with various Queen A4s.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to move.
Queen d4.
Okay.
Big old centralization.
And one point about this is if we play knight E5, he has Queen D8, or at least that's what I think he's dreaming of.
And
However,
what's the
actually,
point? What's the point of queen d8? He wants to take the a pawn?
right, but that's not a clear. That's not clear because then I have Queen H1, Queen takes H2. Okay,
Just
so
trying
it's
to
Queen
reduce his
E4.
material?
I think knight E5 is the most combative move here for black.
Okay. Could also play maybe king h7. That doesn't help too much. And how do you feel about knight c5?
Maybe. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, actually, Queen D4 might be a weenie move because what he's inviting white to do is go take on H2 and G3.
Okay, let's look at that then. Queen d4.
Right? So right, let's just say it.
Wait,
Queen D4 is allowing this simplification where maybe black is just
well,
fine.
the knight's hanging, so are you playing knight c5 and then checking?
I'm saying I got a couple ways that this Queen H1 is going to work out, but Knight C5, your move could be a
Uh-huh.
first question.
Okay. So I wanted to quickly check what happens if everything gets traded and black plays a4.
Also a question. But imagine that, David, Knight C5, Queen C5, Queen C5, Rook C5. Why is black worse after Queen H1 and then takes H2?
Queen h1 check, king d2, queen h2, queen a5. Queen g3, queen b4. Why is black worse?
Okay, okay.
Because white has a rook against a bishop.
Okay, boss. Okay. I'm still drawn to knight E5.
Okay.
But then on the Queen D8, the claim could be that when I take your coconut, you can have H2. It'll be a little bit similar to that position with a rook. He's
Yeah.
saying you can have H2 and G3. That's fine as long as I
Yeah.
pick up your coconuts on the queen side.
Right.
Oh, buddy.
Robert Thomas says there's knight takes d3 in this line.
Knight takes D3.
Queen a5. Did he play knight e5? He did play knight e5.
I called that one, buddy.
Let me see if I
That's
can
the
understand knight
combative move.
d3. Knight d3, pawn d3, and then what is there?
What are we talking about?
I guess queen h1 check. King d2 is forced to defend the rook. Queen h2 check, Jesse. If king d1, there's bishop b3. Bishop h5 is mate.
So king e3.
So king e3. Queen check on g3.
Oh, and then queen check on
rampage.
g3. Yeah, rampage, buddy.
There's queen
and
f4.
The rook is
It's
hanging
like
on the rook is hanging over there.
checks.
Amazing.
Holy moly. Okay, hang on. So knight d3 is sound, Jesse. Completely sound. Right?
That's a welcome to the dojo moment, dude.
Yeah, that's a powerful move. So knight e5 was played, and Ding should not take that a pawn. On the
However,
other hand,
if he doesn't take the a pawn, then queen d4 made no sense.
On the other hand, his rook is hanging, so he needs a move here like king to d2. He's got to defend that rook. I mean, it's got to be done.
But on king d2, I have, for example, queen a4, you have rook a1. I have potentially queen g2. You know, I got some moves. That's not so pleasant for the peasant. No, I think queen d4 inaccurate, but
maybe. But king d2 looks okay. Looks correctamundo.
Just as an example, though, if you go king d2,
he played
queen g2. He did play it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so queen g2 looks annoying.
A little bit, yeah. He's got like queen f2 there, maybe.
But then my intention would be queen g2, queen f2. Then I go back to d5.
Sure. Yeah, you're still playing. You're still playing. Maybe 1.8 is a little extreme for this. It's still a little bit hot. I'll go 1.5. I believe in white, but practically speaking, it's hot.
I'm still at negative 0.5. And I feel like black has chances for big swindling chances here.
37, 38, 39, 40. Gukesh has 4 moves to make in 4 minutes. Ding has 3 moves to make in 8 minutes. He's gone into G2.
There we go.
Like Jesse said. Yeah. It's the only thing I saw either. And white's got various moves.
A computer might try to take on a5. I don't think that is what Ding is going to do, but a computer might try to do that.
Oh, really?
Queen f2, queen d5 looks like, if I'm black, I'm like, well, I don't know really why I'm going to lose this bad boy.
Yeah, and against queen e3, he could consider eating the pawn on h2. So queen f2 looks like the most likely move. And he's just played it, and queen d5 very quickly from Gukesh. So
I'm good.
To time control.
I'm really good
queen
today.
Back to d4. Oh, he's just making time control.
He's making Krai's moves is what he's doing.
What a weenie. You're the one with more time. No, I shouldn't say anything negative because I like Ding, but
oh, Ding, buddy. Oh, it's gonna be another draw. You know he's going back to f2. You know he doesn't have the confidence
no way.
to figure this out.
He's not going to take the draw here, Jesse.
No, he's going to take the draw.
He's at move 40. He just has to keep playing.
No, he's going to take the draw. Oh, wait. A move has been played. Queen f2.
Right. But against queen d5, I guess he could do something different, right?
Well, the good news is he can think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can think about it. Ay, ay, ay. Amazing.
And Gukesh is thinking, Jesse. Instead of bashing out queen d5.
He's like, oh, maybe I want to play for the win, just like with the other round the other day, buddy. Oh, no.
Ay, ay, ay. He's such a crazy dude. I love it.
Did you see the video of the Indians who cheered him when he played, when he denied there's like a room full of them, and Shagar Shah's leading the commentary, and he denies the repetition, and then they all go, yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of his worst decisions ever.
Yeah. 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 But that situation, I saw a couple like very short clips of it, and it's like a poster for why I don't think people should do commentary with the engine, because you've got a whole room of people sitting there and they're like waiting for him to play some move that they've all known about for 30 minutes, and if he plays the move that they all have been waiting for, then they go yay, and if he doesn't, they go boo, and it's just like, come on, like sitting around knowing everything, watching the players flail about not knowing everything.
Oh, dude.
I hate it.
Gukesh is insane, dude. I mean, everybody here would be like, boss, of course I want to play Queen D5. But he's like, oh no, the guy can draw against me if I go Queen D5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh no, Gukesh. Don't do anything weird, boss. Don't do it. I know you're tempted, but don't do it.
Man, as far as we can tell, he just completely blundered that knight to c5. Goodness gracious. I don't know,
Wow, he's
Spinal Tap.
really thinking about it, dude.
He can think down to 2 seconds and then play like Queen B7 or something. I don't know. Yeah, Xasi's got the same idea, Queen B7. But okay, with 10 seconds left, he says, okay, maybe I don't see a win.
Maybe he is going to play Queen B7, dude. Queen D5. Okay, thank you.
Queen
Now,
D4. That's a repetition. Holy moly, Gukesh.
he doesn't even think about it, buddy. I told you. You didn't believe me,
It's
buddy.
mode
I said he was
41.
going to
How does he
repeat.
not
And
think
you said
about
he
it?
was going to repeat. He did it.
What?
Yeah, he went instantly. He wasn't even going to think about it, buddy.
Is this real? Does he not have any advantage or nothing?
Woo!
They're signing the score sheets, right?
They're signing the score sheets, boss.
Or is he thinking?
Looks like to me they signed the score sheets. Wait, is it not? The chess.com isn't giving me those little arrow things.
Right. It shows
So how
Gukesh
come?
thinking. Has he not played Queen D4?
Oh, because the other Queen D4, the knight.
It's only his second time playing Queen D4.
Nice. Okay.
So if he doesn't take a draw here, Jesse, if he goes like Queen A8, are the Indian fans going to cheer or groan?
Right. So Queen, it's up to him, and he can play Queen G2 now.
Right.
Right.
So he
and
could
that's
write
definitely 3 times.
He could write Queen G2 on his score sheet and claim a draw.
Yeah.
But why did Ding? I mean, it was really on Ding to try and win this game at this point. I mean, he's got a rook against a knight.
But I was trying to tell you that it wasn't so easy for Mr. Bambizi, and you weren't listening to me.
Right.
You were like, he's got a rook.
He's got a rook, Jesse. What can I say? In the end, White will win.
So let's think about this for a second. So was Queen D4 inaccurate? I think that's maybe the first question. And instead of Queen D4, King D2, I think was the ambitious move.
Instead of Queen D4, what would be?
King D2.
He played King D2.
No, he played Queen D4 on move 36.
Move 36. Oh, right. The move earlier, Queen D4. So King D2 first, you're saying there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think what's not understandable, Rora, is he reached time control and he repeated without even thinking. He had 38 minutes on his clock. And he just repeated. And even in the time scramble, it was Gukesh who had like 2 or 3 minutes and he had 8 minutes. He could have looked for something, right?
Mm-hmm.
He could have looked for something. So either he sees everything in like 5 or 10 seconds at crunch time, which I'll give like a 20% chance, or he's like really not got much ambition or confidence or something there
Yeah.
to push for it. He's like so satisfied with the escape that he doesn't want to kill the guy. But in the first game, he was so ready to kill him.
Well, in the first game, Gukesh killed himself, dude. I mean, that's the difference. Is like here, if he wants to win, he has to really probably take some risk. And he's gonna like that move King D2 on move 36. It's a little hot because that king, no, it's not good. You think it's easy, but I tell you right now, it's not gonna be easy, buddy.
Previously against King D2, we'd played Queen D4 previously in this situation. But then maybe Queen D4 in this position instead of Bishop D4. Should Gukesh take the draw? Yes. Will he? I can't guarantee it. But what we can guarantee is that he'll spend time thinking about it, even when he's worse. Come on.
Come on.
Oh my God. Hi Mari, welcome to the dojo. Yeah, Spinal Tap Chess pointing out a pretty good plan for white here of Bishop D6 and Rook C7. This is a, alternative position that Ding could have played towards. Bishop D6, Rook C7, kind of targeting that knight and keeping it from having any good squares. Sunyam asking, is it really unplayable after like Queen A8? Can't he try something with the pawns? He can. He's just probably going to lose.
Right. It's a big accomplishment for white to be able to centralize the queen.
He's just probably going to lose Sanyam because, he can't advance the A pawn without hanging the B pawn. If he ever advances the B pawn, then white sort of blockades on the dark squares, Bishop A3 and B2. So I feel like the most black has is sort of sitting there and hoping white doesn't beat him. There's nothing really he could try to do. He's played a move. He's played Queen A2 check! No! No! Why? Why is it never good enough for you, Gukesh? Oh my God. Jesse's completely speechless. Or he left to get a drink. There's no way. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Where did... Oh my God. I'm going to say this. Ding does not deserve to win this game, Spinal Tap. I know you're a big fan of his. There's no way that he deserves to win when he wanted to repeat here.
What is wrong with Ding, dude?
Dog.
Dog. What is wrong with this kid? All right. Let's just, okay. It seems completely horrendous.
Keith asks, does he think he's playing a 2600 in an open? You can't play like this against a 2600 in an open, dog. You can't play like this against a 12-year-old kid rated 2450, some little prodigy.
Okay. Let's just first of all, David, let's assess what the trick is, if there is one, on queen d8, king h7, queen a5. What is black's intention here?
Sorry, tell me again, because I'm just lost in the rook c2
So,
played, and then he just backs up. What the?
yeah, so queen e6, right? And so I'm asking, he has some kind of intention on queen d8, king h7, queen a5, but I don't know what it is yet.
It looks like, I don't know, maybe he'll resign then?
Wait a second, David. Look at this trick.
Yeah.
b3.
Yeah.
Just humor me for me a
Yeah,
second.
of course. I'll humor you.
And then queen d5.
Okay, I should move my king, right? Oh, I don't really have much of a place to go.
You could also play. You could think about king c3.
That's what I've played. That was ridiculous. Queen a2 check?
But on king c3, David, I can play knight c6.
Yeah. And I care because queen b6, I guess. Queen b5.
Queen.
No, not queen b5. Queen b6 was right. I know young David would have done the same. But young David lost every single time he did this, dude. Every single time.
Young David.
I did this down a queen once, Jesse. That was like the most egregious ever. I was down a queen.
What is wrong with Gukesh, dude? He's got a problem.
I was down a queen, and this like 2600 GM was like lucked his way into a draw by repetition, and I just I'd sacked the queen for like a winning position, and then I blundered this draw by repetition, and he's like drawing me by repetition. I was like, no, I'll sack like 2 minor pieces and just be down a queen for nothing.
Okay, Buzz, but hold on. Let's just give the boy a little credit, okay? I know it's hard at this point.
It's really hard right now, Jesse.
So, but the first thing we have to assess is, I will say this: if White cannot take that pawn on a5, then I can imagine continuing to play the position with the feeling that I'm not going to lose. Okay, so b3, rook b2. So the narrative is that the queen checking on a2 and going back. The point is that I then get b3 with tempo in this variation. Now, do I have something fancy after rook b2? That is our question.
And here is our answer. I have a super bizarre draw by repetition here, Jesse. Now, I don't know if he'll ever take it, but I mean, I just lucked into this. This is like really lucky for black. This queen a5 to e5 trick here. Based on d4, queen e3 still being mate. That's like one of the weirder mates you'll ever see. Maybe it's in Polgar, maybe not.
Wait, how did you get this position, boss?
Okay, so I played king c3, knight c6. The queen's got to stay on the bishop, right? So I played queen b6 for white, which I think was best, probably. Queen e5 check. If d4, there's mate on e3 immediately.
Okay, so bishop d4.
Bishop d4, I take it.
Good
Queen
move.
takes it. I queen a5, taking away the flight square on the dark square. Queen b4. And then I go back to e5, and I still have mate on e3.
Oh, we forced the draw.
But I'm afraid he won't take it. He'll go like queen h5 the third time around.
Oh my god, dude.
Jug,
Imagine
brutal.
imagine just for a second. Here's maybe a way to think about this position from Ding's perspective. excuse me, from Gukesh's perspective. Imagine that you saw that variation and you were like, well, if he doesn't take the pawn, then I'll have continue to have okay play. And if he does take the pawn, then I'll draw, and then fine. That's a fighter's mentality, dude.
Okay.
Even though
Coffee
it
Acorn
feels
asks about
completely.
just taking on d3 immediately, then giving the check. So then white has d4. Queen e3, I guess, is the... Oh, no. Queen e1. Oh, my God. Jesse, here's something else. Instead of knight c6, he could try knight d3 immediately. That's completely sound as far as I can see.
Dang.
That's some insane geometry.
Okay.
Yeah, looking through the moves will make no sense, Blib Up. This game today has been outside of any reasonable expectation.
Dude, Queen E6, the man has balls of steel. It wasn't as, I mean, I still think it's insane,
Yeah.
but that's the way you play chess, dude. Holy moly.
It's completely insane.
And this puts huge pressure on Ding, dude. And like I said, he wants the game to go long. He wants this game to go long. Okay. Whoo. Now, David, let me just see. I think one way in which we disagree is that you think that if white doesn't win the pawn, that white's still better.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, no, that's just kind of unclear. So that we do disagree on that.
Yeah.
I think if white's going to claim to be better here, he needs to take the pawn.
Taking the pawn does not look like it works out here.
Let's go through it again. So queen a5, b3. Now, maybe you could play rook c3. It's a little weird.
You want to go somewhere else with the rook here, maybe?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe like, but I think rook c3, b2 looks rough. And rook c1, maybe?
That would be incredible, Xasi, if this whole time black's actually better and we just can't imagine it. Yeah. Okay, so rook c1.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. What does he do? Queen h3?
Or queen d5 still. Queen d5 will threaten b2. So to me, it still looks like compensation.
I'm going to go after h2 here. I don't know what else I'm doing with my life.
I think he's got compensation, David.
Okay.
On queen h3, I'm a little concerned about bishop d4.
Bishop just going after my knight, right?
So, but that's why I wanted queen d5 instead.
Yeah. I hear you.
That's all. That's compensation. I'm doing things.
Okay. So going back, Spinal Tap asks us about queen d6 instead of the coconut eating. So
okay.
Okay. I don't know if he wants to give check or not, but like queen d6.
My claim is that all of this stuff, black has compensation.
He played queen d8, by the way.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think that's the critical question. And did he take it? He took it. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh my God, he took it. He's ready to just drop him off the cliff. It's like, if that's what you want, son.
All right, Gukesh, hit him with b3, buddy. Let's go.
No, he's got to play b3, right? His pawn's just hanging. What else is he up to? Knight c6 here first?
Dude is a warrior, man. This guy is a warrior.
Yeah. There's nobody madder than Gukesh.
I don't know. It's also just feels like a lack of respect or something, you know?
I do want to say there's like this suggestion in chat of going bishop h5, and I agree that that makes some sense. Like b3, rook somewhere like c1, bishop h5. It does make sense to target the light squares, right?
Mhm.
You can get those pawns to move to e3 or d4, then your knight suddenly has all kinds of hops, right? So if you can poke e2, yeah, white's gonna have some issues.
Now, this to think over B3 is, I feel a little insane. Um,
What's that, Jesse?
to think over the move B3 because it seems
Oh yeah,
like how could that not be the move?
yeah. Okay, he's
Yeah.
played b3.
Oh, there he goes. Okay, I'm watching.
Yeah, I mean, I think play b3. I mean, it's more interesting to ask Ding where the rook's going,
Yeah.
than to wonder where your b pawn's going.
So on let's just to recap on the natural rook B2, we were discovering some real drama with queen D5.
Yeah, real drama. Ding looks slightly nervous. Um, and Gukesh looks like normal. Like he doesn't look like I'm a lunatic. like,
Yeah. He definitely had his moment of despair earlier.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. Which says that he understood the position is like busted, and this
Hmm.
game is the most bonkers. Just no way to
One of the
explain it.
one of the cool things about this though, David, that's interesting is th- this shows something about Ding's style that in our preview to the match, I was only thinking of as something he was doing in the openings, right? I.e., the willingness to take slightly dodgy positions in the opening, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now, from this perspective, it's a little bit more like, oh, this dude, he's willing to play the worst position willingly to go into it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's madness. There's study like things happening here.
Yeah.
And these people are, if you're Ding, you got to be tired. He's coughing here. Oh my gosh. And
Mm-hmm.
that's was the thing with last game too, man. It went the distance, and this bad boy's going to go the distance too. This one could really go the distance. And something he knows, at least I feel I know, is whenever you get to this stage, like the thing the game analysis teaches you is that mistakes will be made. You know, you will make mistakes and they will make mistakes, and they'll be far more egregious than the ones, say, in the opening. Yeah. I think it's a hard little choice too because of all the dirty tricks that can happen. So I think rook b2 or rook c1 are our moves, right, David?
yeah. Gukesh is definitely representing all the no draw people of the world at this event, right? I
But
mean,
even you had grief with him today, David. Even
yeah.
you had grief with him
No, I
today.
mean, everybody who's tired of like the repetition in the Berlin, this is like the opposite of the repetition in the Berlin. This is the like it looks like I'm losing, I'm despondent about it, but I'm still not allowed to repeat. It's just illegal. It's just illegal. Got to go to the end, punish myself for having played badly earlier.
He's insane, boss.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. We got to check in with our eval bar, bud.
Mm-hmm.
So what am I saying? I'm gonna take this to a bold 0. That's where I'm going.
Okay. And I'll say I don't actually see a clear win for white, so I'll say 1.1.
Oh.
What?
Now, if the computer later shows 1.1, I wouldn't be surprised. But from my practical experience in this kind of thing, it's hard for white. Like that, he might lose.
Yeah, I understand there's a degree to which it's a 3-result position. But I don't think Skibix that he's thinking about the rapid. That's 7 games away. And even Magnus and Karyakin and Caruana, they didn't start like just thinking about the rapids till they got a couple games closer to it. I think I don't know what it is. Honestly, it's like off the meter for draw disdain. I don't know if I've ever seen somebody this disdainful of a draw. It's way off of my own meter. And Jesse, do you know anybody who disdains draws more than me?
No, you're the dude, man. You're the man.
Well, he's out disdained me here today.
Yeah, dude. I think he's trying to one up you. I think he's calling you a chomp, dude.
Yeah.
He's
like,
calling you
oh,
a
Pruess,
chump.
you've gotten old. You would have taken a repetition here, dog? No. You're dishonoring the game. You're
this is the
dishonoring the
second
game.
Yeah, he's done this twice now too. I mean,
Yeah.
the other time was arguably more insane.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I was thinking this was more insane, but I do sense how, like the other one. Anyways,
both are clearly in the insane column. It's like measuring which one is more insane requires a certain degree of insanity to even go out there and know how to measure it. Most people have never been in that terrain. They can't judge.
Yeah.
I think while they're playing, they're probably mostly just fighting for like the best moves they can find versus like, thinking about some rapid game far in the distance.
Yeah, no one's thinking about the rap.
I mean, all right.
By rights, David, what I was thinking, by rights, what should have happened is Gukesh should have won this about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
And then the match would have been blown wide open.
I would be sleeping so well, Jesse. I would be sleeping so well. I'd be like, oh, we got our point. My boy just crushed him with black. He just brought it. F6, E5, D5. Ooh. Instead, I'm here with probably like some level 10 headache that I don't even feel because I'm so past any limit of human experience.
Okay, I have a problem that we haven't addressed yet.
Yeah.
So how about Rook B2? And we were looking at Queen D5, and we were looking at all kinds of fancy things. But how about on Queen D5, I just play Queen B4?
Okay, Queen D5, Queen B4. Wow, 2 a.m. in New Zealand. I would have thought it was still midnight in New Zealand or something.
It gets weird once you go to that part of the world, man. It just gets weird. Also, New Zealand, you're kind of close to Singapore, so why is it so different? Explain.
Right. Singapore, they start the games at 5 p.m. and they've been playing for 4 hours, right? So they're like at 9.
Okay.
9:20. Two a.m. on the 5th. Dang.
So,
even folks in Eastern Australia can't figure out what time it is in New Zealand.
One of the things, David, with this Queen B4 move. Okay, I was playing Rook B2, and you have Rook C1 on the board. Oh, but Rook C1 was played.
Yeah, it was played.
Okay, it's played. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, here, Jesse, is a line that you're going to like from Eduardo Barajas. He says that after this Queen B4 move of yours, Gukesh could play Queen A8, and then Ding's going to go Queen E4, Queen E4, D E4, B2, Rook B1, Bishop A2.
Yeah. And let's just say what this would do would force a draw, which he couldn't before. But yeah, I think that's actually something I wasn't looking at queen A8, but I was just noticing that queen E4 isn't a monster threat. Yeah. Besides queen D5, do we have other moves here for black?
Yes. We have another move to examine. So have a look at this one, Jesse. Bishop to H5.
Okay. Now I have. What are you threatening?
Bishop E2, King E2, Knight C4. Also, I might be threatening something like Knight C4, Queen E2, or Knight D3 followed by Queen E2.
All right, I'm just gonna make a natural move. I'm gonna play Queen B4.
Queen B4. I thought you'd go to C3 and cover one of those squares, but
Maybe
this is fine
C3
too.
is also fine.
Okay.
I put it on B4 just to have the option of Queen E4 and some variations.
Oh, right, like Bishop E2, King E2, Knight C6. That would be a cold shower. It'll be a cold shower in hell when Gukesh takes a draw. Okay, let me try my Knight D3 adventure. I just want to know what love is, Jesse. I need you to show me.
All right, pawn
All right, no,
Knight.
B2 first. B2 first.
Okay, B2 first.
All right. If you go Queen B2, I think I can take on E2. Break your structure. Break his structure. Break his back. Hang on, a piece of my lung just came up.
Oh, but that's a good idea, even if his lung is coming up.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to reattach it, I'm afraid.
Oh, God. Okay, Bishop H5 is interesting.
What did you play after B2?
I didn't figure it out. I did figure out that Queen B2, Bishop E2 does seem to do the job.
Oh, yeah. That part is simple.
Okay, so I guess then I got to consider Rook B1 if I'm, maybe Rook E1. Maybe Rook E1.
B2, Rook E1, huh? Dang. I didn't see that coming. Shoot. Oh, but I got to move here, right? I got to move. Don't I? No, maybe.
Well, then you had Queen A2 then, buddy. Then you have Queen A2.
That's what I was thinking was Queen A2, but he's played Queen D5.
I kind of like your move better, but Queen D5 was our original kind of instinct position.
Take another little piece of my lung now, darling. Queen D5. Okay. Looking at who knows what mischief. Something with Queen G2 maybe.
Right. And also we had the guy in chat was saying Queen B4, Queen A8, but also a thought.
Mm-hmm. Right. No, that was great, Bacchus. Thank you.
Does black have
anything?
Yeah, I think Queen G2 is something to worry about.
Yeah, Francois, I thought Queen C3 here also. Maybe he's just going to content himself with going and picking up the H2 pawn. I don't know.
But it's crazy. A little more than that, though, because I'm going to talk to your light square. See, so Queen C3, Queen G2. It's not just H2, but then I can play your Bishop H5.
Yeah, yeah, if we get a chance.
Well, it's immediately threatened, so the chance is coming soon.
Right.
Oh, I want to add something very important that I learned from a Nepo game.
Okay.
When you're down material and you're playing with compensation, it's very much to your benefit if there's opposite color bishops.
Mm-hmm.
In Nepo's game, he was actually down a piece. And
Mm-hmm.
there he was technically lost, I feel, but he ended up winning the game. So what is the point? The point is that we can overload the light squares.
Yeah.
So even though we are down the exchange, and generally, by the way, the rule of thumb is that when you are down the exchange, you'd rather have your rook to have diversity of forces, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even despite all that, the fact that we can play on the light squares is a big deal.
Yeah.
So Queen G2, I think, is more winning the H pawn by all means would be nice, but it's actually Bishop H5 then that's the real coconut touch.
Yeah. It seems like white can maybe force a draw here by going Queen B4. So that against
David, think about what we're saying.
Queen
We're
G2.
talking about forcing a draw for white. You got to change your eval, buddy.
No, just because somebody asked, just because Cartier asked if white can force a draw.
Okay.
So if white centralizes the queen like this, that may force a draw. If black is dead set against that, maybe
You got to move Queen B4.
Maybe black would have like Bishop G6.
Okay, right. So the madness ding move would be Bishop G6 to avoid the draw.
Prevent Queen E4.
Yeah.
That would be the maximum madness, Jesse. Absolute off the charts insanity.
Bishop G6, it's a little unclear if it probably is a threat with Knight D3 or something like that. Let me stress the probably.
Right.
He might do it, dude. He's insane.
Yeah. Tell us about it, Kraai. How does Gukesh's play upset you? Give us some more detail. I'm interested. Obviously, I'm kind of thrown for a really big loop here as well. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. But tell us more about what upsets you.
Oh, well, we think that white was better, and in fact, dude is holding maybe white's the one saying to himself, oh, maybe it wasn't so hot, and I'm the one playing for a draw with Queen E4. Because after Queen G2, by the way, I'm not sure I see a better move than Queen E4. I definitely think it's very risky to do anything else.
Yeah. So Spinal Tap says, if we play Bishop G6, preventing Queen E4, can't you play Rook C3 and collect the coconut? And the answer is probably yes, but the point is that Gukesh was willing to give up his rook, then avoid a repetition, then give up the A pawn to avoid a repetition. Now he'll give up the B pawn to avoid the repetition. Just keep blundering on. I guess then he would play Queen G2, right? That's his idea. And you can take his coconut on B3, and then he goes Knight F3 check, and your E pawn is gone, right? You can't defend it anymore. King D1, Queen F1. So you go like King C2, he takes on E2, you go King B1, and maybe he plays Knight back to E5. And
no, he had King E3 in that position, not for Knight F3.
Oh, was there King E3? I'm sorry if there was. Okay, sure, King E3. That's a good looking move.
Queen G2 was played. And now here, I'm going to watch this stream and we're going to see, does Ding just take the draw with Queen E4?
Right.
Or does he
think about it? Or does he think about it? Queen G2 played. Gukesh looks very, very calm for the maddest madman on the globe.
Yeah.
He took a sip of water like he wasn't just going to sign the score sheets and walk away, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my theory is that Ding saw this draw a mile away if he wants it, right? Like, my theory is Ding's seeing all this stuff way in advance and calculating very quickly. That's my theory.
Dude, I think also from a match perspective, when you're playing somebody who is so uncompromising, it's a little rough, dude.
I
You
mean,
know?
you can also use it against him. Like, if you become certain that he's ticking in a certain way.
Mhm. Hmm. It's madness. I would be hoping for Queen E4. I know Gukesh isn't. He wants the game to continue.
Yeah. His fans want the draw.
Yeah, his
He's the
fans
only one who doesn't want
want.
it. Yeah.
You know what's funny? I feel like what's fun about this dude is when you think about the way Magnus has affected the way chess is played, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
Magnus completely changed the way chess was played. And one of the ways he did it was to continue playing end games that looked that otherwise the old timers would have just agreed to a draw in.
Yeah.
And he won a lot of them. Didn't win all of them, but he won a lot of them. And then this dude is like, you know what? I'm going to take it up a notch. I'm going to take it up a notch, and I'm just going to keep playing, boss.
Yeah.
And sure, I'll lose some. I don't care.
So there's a question: is the position after the queen trade dead? Yes. The draw that Eduardo showed us long ago goes queen e4 check here, just for anyone who wasn't watching at the time.
Mhm.
Queen takes is forced because the king and queen are forked. Pawn takes queen. b2. And if you move your rook, if you move your rook somewhere random, there's bishop a2 coming. So rook b1, bishop a2, rook b2, knight c4, checking the king and rook, trades, and this opposite colored bishop position is indeed a dead draw.
Very dead, yeah.
Very, very dead. White doesn't have a passed pawn. There are only pawns on half the board. And black's even winning back one of these double D pawns immediately.
It's Thursday in Sydney? What? Thursday?
Yeah, it's Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Queen e4 check has been played, by the way, before we could say that Eduardo tells us if Ding weren't interested in this draw, the way to keep playing would have been the move bishop d6, according to Eduardo.
Bishop g6.
Bishop
right?
d for Ding. They are blitzing through all these moves to the knight c4 check. It's happening super fast, by the way, folks. You can see it on the live board below.
You predicted all that. Okay.
And another game ends in a draw. Certainly it shows that draws can be absolutely insane. And it seems that their draw offer just involved looking at each other knowingly. In past games, they blitzed out capturing all the material, Jesse, to like the bear king, right? Yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Today, when Gukesh took on b2, he just looked at Ding and Ding looked at him and they nodded to each other.
That was a good nod.
Yeah.
He didn't even say anything.
Nothing. Just like we both know. We're both, super GMs.
Hey.
Holy moly.
That was an amazing game, dude.
Unbelievable. He was cranking him out of the opening.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. So that's the second game in a row where we have a real death struggle.
Yeah.
And honestly, I gotta say, like, yes, huge disappointment for the Gukesh fans, but I really believe that Ding can't take much more of it. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
don't think he can take much more. And
You think he's
so,
getting tired
oh,
emotionally?
dude, the nervous tension and everything. Are you
Mm-hmm.
kidding me? It's like he's getting punched, dude. And the kid's gonna come at him again tomorrow with white. And you know he's gonna come up with some weird move like rookie one. It's gonna be something like that. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, if Gukesh can keep getting nice openings like yesterday and today, that puts a hell of a lot of pressure on Ding to deal with such opening surprises. He needs to get a good opening one of these games, right? If he wants to reduce the pressure.
I think also what's really interesting is that Gukesh for tomorrow, will Gukesh play e4? I think to be afraid of the French, no, boss. No. No lo puedo. You want to play chess? You cannot be afraid. I'm a French player, okay?
Yeah.
But still, you cannot be afraid of the French, my friends. It is not possible to be world champion, whatever, and be afraid of the French. Come on.
Bobby wasn't very good against the French.
Well, that's so that's one of the interesting things. Bobby had a problem playing with space. Didn't want to do it, and maybe that's what Gukesh and his team have decided. That he ain't no good with space, and so we're going to play weird things like that last one with rookie one.
Well, I think that's more about. I don't think it's like necessarily running from the French, Jesse, as they've got a variety of like bombs prepared, right, in the lab, and it's
Okay,
sort
but
of
we
like
got to say that last one wasn't really a bomb, dude. That was like a what do they call it in baseball? A sidewinder or whatever. It wasn't like the
rookie one,
little bit of spin on the ball. It wasn't like popping you in the face or something.
rookie one,
Yeah,
rookie one was like the best like prep of the match. That
it
was
was
a
a weird move, dude. It ended up working.
of course, but that's what modern opening prep is.
Okay, but what I'm saying is when you play against the French and you turn on your supercomputer, you got your team there, you're gonna find moves that are just devilish. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyways, that'll be the question. I think his team should return to E4, even though he was traumatized by it,
Mm-hmm.
going funky style. And ding, buddy, hey, you got to start playing a little bit more conventionally in the opening. You're lost. You was lost at move 15. 15. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Whew. Okay. All right, man. That was great. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. This is a good match.
All right.
Even if it's not for the world championship, my friends.
What? It's the world championship match. Read the
No,
title of the
I don't know.
stream.
There's an asterisk. There's definitely an asterisk, dude. I'm not the only one saying it. Come on.
You can put some asterisks, but I mean, this is the only world championship in town, Matt, my friend. I mean, unless you think it's the St. Louis Open. All right, guys, I gotta sleep for an hour. The quality is too low. That's not one of the rules of the World Championship match. This is as good as the quality gets.
Mhm.
Same time tomorrow. We'll
Yeah,
see
look
you
forward
then.
for my recap, my friends, where I will not look at the computer. I'm just debasing myself in the eyes of some. I'm sure people are like, Kraai is not seeing this. He ain't seeing that. Well, I'm just telling you like I see it.